presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Buffalo. We are Minnesota.
A gutsy ninth inning sealed the deal last night after Kyle Gibson put together 8 stellar innings on the mound, holding the league's top offense to just 1 run on 2 hits. Today, the Twins are back to work, looking to take the series lead with a win tonight in Game 3. Welcome to Fenway Park, everybody. It's another hot one here in Boston. Last night, Kyle Gibson put together one of the best outings of his career, and as good as he was, he only needed 2 runs of support. One of those runs came from Brian Dozier. He went 3 for 3 last night, got things going with a monster home run. Now, that just adds to what we already know, that when Brian Dozier plays well, the Twins play well. They go hand in hand, and Paul Molitor says that has a lot to do with the fact that Brian Dozier has gotten used to many different roles.
You know, he's had a lot of experience at leading off, and part of the reason he's exciting up there is because he can set a tone for your team. You know, he can find ways to score, run the bases, hit it over the fence, and he's had to change roles this year because of just the way things have shaped up, but it still seems to have that same effect. We do tend to roll as Brian rolls. You know, when he gets going, we seem to get going.
David Price has had the Twins' number in each of his last 5 starts. A preview of the matchup on the mound is coming your way from Dick Bramer and Roy Smalley right here on Fox Sports North.
Sports North is presented by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. By Jeep, the official vehicles of summer, celebrating 75 summers of living 4x forever. And by Sanford Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, for the everyday competitor in all of it. So far in this series, we've had a blowout and a pitcher's duel. We'll see what happens in Game 3 between the Twins and the Red Sox. Left-hander David Price, a Twins nemesis, will go for the Boston Red Sox, and the Twins will send right-hander Ricky Nolasco to the mound. We welcome you to Fenway Park. It's another steamy night here in Boston. Dick Bramer along with Roy Smalley. Twins have a tough assignment here tonight facing left-hander David Price. It makes no difference what uniform he's worn, whether it's Tampa Bay, whether it's Detroit, whether it's Toronto. He's always given the Twins fits.
Well, he's just absolutely dominated the Twins. As a matter of fact, in his last 5 starts, the numbers are really incredible. I mean, this is total domination of another ball club when you have this kind of ERA, the number of strikeouts. Look at, they're hitting $169. I mean, they just haven't been able to do anything against David Price. And it's understandable. He's got A+ stuff. Throws hard, got a great cutter, and maybe his best pitch, a changeup. And the Twins have had a hard time solving that sequence of pitches from Price. Ricky Nolasco, on the other hand, not nearly the fastball velocity, not the same type of pitcher, but he really has to do the same thing, and that is command the fastball both on the inside and outside corner, because as we're looking at him strike guys out on curveballs, that curveball is best pitch, but it's only as good as his fastball command. So we'll be looking for that tonight.
Twins have won 2 of the last 3 games, even though the leadoff batter in each of the last 3 games has hit a home run. We'll see if Ricky Nolasco can get that leadoff batter here tonight. First year of a 7-year deal with the Boston Red Sox, and he's got quite a resume. 7 years with Tampa Bay. At first he was a good pitcher on a bad team, then he was a really good pitcher on a really good team. And 2 years with the Detroit Tigers, traded less than a year ago over to Toronto. The Blue Jays were essentially a 500 team before they got him. They bolstered their roster, got into the playoffs, and then as a free agent signing, the big deal here with the Boston Red Sox. He has not had a smooth ride here. You can see in the postseason, not a very good record, and the Red Sox have designs of getting to the postseason again this year. And as disappointing as this year has been for the Twins, their best games have been against Cy Young caliber pitchers. You look at the Announcing a lineup tonight: Audra Martin, Roy Smalley, Dick Bramer. But the Twins have played their best games this year against the likes of Corey Kluber, Dallas Keuchel, Felix Hernandez, and Cole Hamels. And now they'll get their first look at David Price. Paul Molitor hoping that the Twins can make it 2 in a row against a really good Boston team, a powerful hitting Boston Red Sox team. The Menards batting order for the Twins, minus Joe Mauer. Eduardo Nunez leading off, then Robbie Grossman as the designated hitter. Miguel Sano, Brian Dozier, Max Kepler, Kenny Vargas, Eddie Rosario, Kurt Suzuki, and Byron Buxton.
And as Dick said, David Price on the mound for the Red Sox. Not typical David Price numbers this year so far, but his last few starts pitched very much better. And we said at the open of the show that he's just been absolutely dominant against the Twins. See if the Twins can have a plan to turn that around a little bit.
I guess that's the one common theme with their wins against all the Cy Young winners and candidates. They had a game plan before the game and executed it very well, whether it's taking a lot of pitches, whether it's trying to ambush someone. And Nunez on the first pitch tried to ambush Price, and instead the first pitch ends in the first out. 1 down, and that'll bring up Robbie Grossman. Northland Ford defense for the Red Sox. Brock Holt is in left. Jackie Bradley Jr. is in center. Michael Martinez getting the start in right field. Mookie Betts suffering some knee issues, and so he very likely won't play anymore in this series. Hill, Bogarts, Pedroia, Ramirez, the infielders, and Sandy Leon back behind the plate. There's Martinez, made a couple of nice fielding plays in right field. A utility player now being asked to play right field, and started what the Red Sox hoped would be a 9th inning rally with a base hit. 1 down, and now Robbie Grossman. Squaring and taking ball 1. Clint Fagan behind the plate. Paul Emmel, Bob Davidson, Dan Iasanya, the rest of the umpiring crew. And since we got a 4-game series, maybe an appropriate time for our semi-annual reminder that the umpiring crews work clockwise, which means Fagan tomorrow will have third base and Paul Emmel will have the plate. Down and in, and it's 2-1.
Price already showing that he, like every other left-hander that's ever had a Red Sox uniform on and pitched in Fenway, trying to show right-handed hitters the fastballs inside. Left-handers know they have to pitch inside in this ballpark.
3-1.
And the reason, and then go right back outside. So that's the Twins hitters know. Speaking of a plan against David Price, that they know that he's going to come inside with fastballs. He's going to come inside with cutters, try to get you to chase or to be looking for that pitch, but he wants to get you out of way.
And hook foul. And you can count on him throwing strikes. In his last 7 starts, he's only walked 4 men, 1 each in his last 4 starts.
Right, that's one of the reasons for his success over time, and for most pitchers the same way. But his strikeout to walk ratio, I think 5-1 or something like that, and he strikes out double figures most games, in many games. So that strikeout to walk, he doesn't beat himself with putting guys on base very often.
We might see a few times tonight where the batters step out of the box. We've got a wind whipping around Fenway Park here, and some dust from time to time gets wind blown around the home plate area. And Grossman wants to take more time, pats his chest saying, sorry, my bad. Wind blowing, well, right now it's blowing out. Last time I looked, it was blowing in from left field. And a high fly to right field. That's getting blown by the wind out to the warning track and off the wall. A long carom. Grossman to third base, and he will be held there. That looked to me to be a routine fly ball to right, and Martinez cut over and immediately panicked and went straight back. The wind caught that ball and nearly blew it into the bullpen.
That was amazing. When he hit that ball, I was wondering whether the center fielder or the right fielder were going to catch it in medium deep right center. Look at the wind take that. Unbelievable.
You can see the dirt, dust blowing around home plate, and Grossman running it out, and then realizing that that ball had a chance to drop, And if ever there was a wind-blown fly ball, that was it. And now Sano at the plate. There are napkins, hot dog wrappers, and it's National Hot Dog Day, by the way. Happy National Hot Dog Day to you, Roy. Now Price behind the mound.
I don't think anybody's ever called me that. that wasn't my style.
Price behind the mound was trying to wipe dust from his eyes, and we've had rain all around Fenway Park here for the last couple of hours. Biggest issue right now is the dust. Middle infield back, corner infielders up with Grossman at third and one out. And that misses ball one. We have a very high vantage point here, and it is not raining here, but we can see downtown Boston, and it's, what would you say, maybe a mile away between here and the Prudential building. It's raining in downtown Boston. And a strike taken, 2-1. We're way up here, and it's a wonderful vantage point. Downtown Boston's over there, and we can see it raining in downtown Boston. Wind squall blowing dust from the warning track around home plate into the Twins dugout. As hot and as humid as it's been, this really isn't unexpected. We know it's a lot cooler back home, and thunderstorms throughout the upper Midwest area signaling the advance of a cold front. And now Sano takes a strike, 2-2.
There's a classic sequence right there from David Price. Come in hard on the inside corner or just off. He happened to get the inside corner on Sano there for 2-2, and then try to get him out with a changeup away. And we're going to see that an awful lot tonight. He doesn't really want to throw a lot of strikes on the inside part of the plate. He wants to show the ball inside and then get you out with changeups and backdoor cutters.
And Sano takes a walk. And that'll bring up Dozier. Leone looking into the Boston dugout. And the first baseman, Hanley Ramirez, now has got dust blown in his eyes and is going to get some eye wash from the trainer. Honestly, you look at the flag, and right now it's blowing from the left field foul pole toward the pesky pole, and then you pause 10 seconds and look out there again, and it might be blowing straight out. So wind a big concern here in the early innings at least. The Twins hoping to have used the wind to their advantage with a threat in the first inning. Dozier had a great all-around game last night, hit a home run that tied the game in the second inning. Some fine play at second base. Started a critical double play in the ninth inning. Tonight, trying to get the Twins the first lead.
And right now, if someone were to hit a fly ball to straightaway right field, it might wrap around the pesky pole.
Worst job tonight might be the Twins' bat boy, because the wind is swirling around the warning track behind home plate and raising dust and blowing it on him all night long. And a strike called, 1-1. As we showed you, Price has been really tough against the Twins, so here they are in the first inning tonight with a chance, and they've got to take advantage of this, because wind-blown fly ball or not, the Twins don't figure to get too many chances like this tonight against David Price. Dozier drives it to right field. It's hit well. Martinez going back and making the catch right where Grossman's fly ball landed. And Dozier, I think, hit his ball a whole lot harder than Robbie Grossman did. It's a sacrifice fly, 1-0.
Without question, he hit the ball harder, and Martinez makes a great adjustment from one batter to the next. As soon as Bryant hit that ball, and Bryant did really tattoo it, hit it to one of the deepest parts of the park in terms of where you want to hit the ball. We talked about that last night. You see Bryant right here hits it really well, but this time Martinez went straight back, allowing for the wind, had to get turned around a little bit, but he knew that ball was going a long way in that wind.
1-0 Twins. Here's Max Kepler. Bouncer left side and through. Kepler with his 4th hit of this opening series for him at Fenway Park. First and second, 2 down. And that'll bring up Vargas.
It's one of the things I really like about Max Kepler. You'll see it right here. Tough left-hander. Get the ball out over the plate, go the other way. Don't be worried about pulling the ball. He's got too much ammo, does David Price, to try to pull the ball all the time, get the ball out over the plate, get yourself a base hit to left field. Nice hit.
Here's Vargas, the first baseman in place of Joe Mauer, who's had a tough time hitting against David Price. Vargas, of course, a switch hitter. Has always been considered to be a better left-handed batter than right-handed batter. But since his recall, he's 4 for 7 from this side of the plate, and all 4 hits have been for extra bases. 3 double and a home run.
All 4 of them were blistered, and I know he's supposed to be a better hitter left-handed, but he has looked to me like he's had a better swing right-handed so far in this trip back to the big leagues.
They tied 1-1.
Talking about taking advantage of the gift fly ball triple for Grossman, and the Twins do in fact need to do as much damage here in the first inning because of that gift, but also because if you're going to get any good pitcher, it's almost always early in the game before he gets into the groove. Price gets into a groove and starts throwing all of that stuff where he wants to. He's going to be very tough, as he usually is on the Twins, and throughout his career has usually been on everybody else, frankly.
One and 1 to Vargas. Big swing and a miss at the fastball. 1-2. One in for the Twins, 2 out there for Vargas. Pick off to second, and Sano gets back. Two and 2.
Play that the Red Sox had set up before the pitch on a taken pitch or a swing and a miss. Pedroia was going to sneak in behind Sano, and Leon was going to come out firing. Almost worked.
Good pitch here. Price doesn't want to run the count full with 2 out. It's called third strike on the outside corner. Twins get a break from the wind and turn it into a run in the first. last three, even though in all three games, first Ian Kinsler, and then here Thursday night, Mookie Betts also on the first pitch. And then last night, Mookie Betts on the second pitch have all hit leadoff home runs. In the case of the game in Detroit, Mauer hit a home run in the first inning, but Kinsler tied the game up very quickly. And in the case Thursday night, Betts hit a home run, and then the Red Sox went on to a romp over the Twins. And as it turned out, Betts hit a home run last night, and it was the only run the Red Sox scored. He's hurt, so now Brock Holt will lead things off tonight with the pressure squarely on his shoulders. Ball one. Holt's been a pretty valuable utility player, now asked to hit out of the leadoff spot.
Well, I would tell you, Brock Holt or David Ortiz, it doesn't matter your size, strength, or ability. Right now, with the wind blowing the way it is to right field, if I were up there, I would be up on the plate and just try to get the big end of the bat out in front of the plate and move the ball toward right field.
And a ground ball single up the middle by the leadoff man. In some perverse way, progress for the Twins. And that'll bring up Pedroia. Menard's batting order for the Red Sox. First Holt, then Pedroia, Bogaerts, Ortiz, Ramirez, Bradley, Hill, Leone, and then Martinez.
Ricky Nolasco on the mound for the Twins. We'll see if Ricky can have the same command of his fastball on both sides of the plate that has allowed him to make really good use of the breaking ball and pitch very much better the last few starts.
Driven to center. Buxton is able to play the wind. That was a wind cutter, perhaps. More direct line out to the center field, or a well hit ball for the first out. Northland Ford defense for the Twins. And it might very well be the outfield we see quite a bit down the road, with Rosario in left, Buxton in center, Kepler in right, Sano, Nunez, Dozier, and Vargas the infielders, and Suzuki behind the plate.
You know, as I watch these Red Sox hitters get in the box, dig in, and air it out on the first good pitch they see, it this reminded me of if Ted Williams is the patron saint of hitting lineups for the Red Sox, they're not paying any attention to Ted. Ted wrote and talked a lot about, he always took the first pitch. The first pitch of a game, not the first pitch of his at bat. He wanted to see the ball, he wanted to see the pitcher's release point, he wanted to kind of judge the speed.
Oh my. A big wind squall swept up a whole bunch of dust and blew it right into the Twins dugout. And time called. Somebody had some dust in their eyes.
Well, I do.
And we're, what, 100 feet in the air here. And Bogaerts saying, I can't concentrate with all this stuff swirling around home plate. One and 0 to Bogaerts. And a strike call.
You know what's interesting? I don't remember. I'm trying to think of games that were this windy that I've played and seen.
Kips, I never saw. I did see some games, but it wasn't a windy game at Candlestick Park. And then you think of Chicago, of course.
Right, played plenty of games in Chicago. It's windy and would affect the ball a little bit, but I have to tell you, this is wind the likes of a rainstorm or something. I've never seen wind affect a ball game as much as this has so far.
Right now, the wind is blowing straight in from center field.
And then straight out to right.
And then straight out to right. And Bogaerts has to ask time.
More wind than rest.
Ortiz and the Boston on deck circle has to step away from the warning track and shield his eyes. Paul Molitor normally up on the top step, but there have been half dozen occasions already where there's just been a dust storm swirling around the Twins dugout. Way out in front. curveball, and it's 1-2. I think you can hear back home how windy it is in our microphones. Twins turned 3 ground ball double plays last night. A big one in the first inning and maybe a bigger one in the 9th inning. Check swing. I think he went. They'll appeal. Nope. Let's see. I thought he went.
Yeah, it looked like it, but you know, we saw last night, Bogaerts does a great job. His hands move forward where it looks like he swings, but he leaves the big end of the bat behind his hands really, really well when he checks the swing.
2-2. And now just off the plate, and it's a full count. See whether the Red Sox send Holt here. Bogaerts drew a big walk in the 9th inning last night. A long battle with Kinsler, who hardly walks anybody, and he ended up coaxing a walk in the 9th inning.
And I think you count on Holt taking off here on this pitch with Bogaerts here.
There he goes. Pitch hit into the left field corner. It'll get to the wall in a hurry. Rosario firing it back towards second base, holding Bogaerts to a single. It's play by Rosario. Tying run at third now with 1 away. First and third, 1 down, and that'll bring up Ortiz, who might be having his best year in his final year. An OPS of over 1,000, among the league leaders in hitting. 79 runs batted in and 24 home runs.
Amazing statistics from a 40-year-old. Amazing statistics for a 25-year-old. He's having a terrific year, and certainly helped along by the caliber of hitters that he has all around him. First, second, third, fifth, sixth, all the way to 7th. This Red Sox lineup is just pounding the ball, and that helps everybody. It just breeds more and more hitting. He's got guys on base all the time. He's got guys behind him that can drive in runs.
Mentioned that the Twins turned 3 double plays last night, a big one in the first and a big one in the 9th. In each case, Ortiz was the batter, and I'm not so sure that the one in the first inning wasn't even bigger than the one in the 9th inning because of how the game started with the home run, first and second, nobody out, and Ortiz hit into a big double play. Gibson ended up not giving up another hit through 8 innings. And the big one in the 9th with Kinsler on the mound. 1-0. 2-0. Aim for the blue. Don't throw it in the pink.
Yeah, you have to show him the ball up there, up and in. The only way you can get him out down where you want to pitch is to show him enough balls inside on it.
High fly, right center field. Buxton now coming in. There's the catch. Here's the throw to the plate. Coming through, and Suzuki can't handle the throw. Bogaerts will go to second. Ortiz hit the fly ball while the wind was blowing in, and so it ended up being a shallow fly ball, but deep enough to score Holt. We're tied at 1.
Ortiz gets it off the end of the bat just a little bit. Byron actually is in good position to catch and throw. He's got a terrific arm. Makes a pretty good throw to Suzuki, but even if Kurt had been able to hold on with Holt's speed, he was going to beat that throw.
Good read by Bogaerts, seeing the ball clear Vargas, the cutoff man. He advanced to second. And now Hanley Ramirez. Each team with a couple of first inning hits, and each team so far with a first inning run. Up and in, ball 1. One thing we've seen Nolasco do differently than Gibson last night and Duffy 2 nights ago, he's mixing in his off-speed pitches more often than either Duffy or Gibson did in the early innings. 1-0. There's a fastball. 2-0.
I like that pitch an awful lot. It's even better if you can get ahead 1 strike and then do that a couple of times, that gets everybody's attention, opens up the outside part of the play a little bit.
Red Sox got a first inning run last night, and that was it. Gibson trying to shut the door on the Sox here in the first inning. Strike over the inside corner. This is a Boston team that incredibly is on a pace to score more than 900 runs this year. Over 900.
That's a lot of crossing the plate.
It's like 5.5 per game crossing the plate. Pulled foul. Watch the fly ball to Buxton and how he had to run in to make the catch.
Yeah, and watch first baseman Kenny Vargas. I think Kurt Suzuki wanted him to cut this ball off. You see, I think Kurt thought that he was going to beat that throw, and Vargas could have cut that ball off and nailed Bogaerts going to second base. It would have. A first baseman's job is to make that decision about do I have it easy out if I think the guy on third is probably going to score. Buxton's arm made it a close play, but chances are he was going to score there.
And now inside 3-2.
And you can see right there Ramirez jumping back from that pitch, and you see what pitching inside does. That ball wasn't that far inside, and he jumped back pretty intensely, and the reason he did is because with 2 strikes he was leaning out over the plate looking for something out there, and you got to keep him honest. That really helps. You back him back off of there, and don't let him dive out there across the plate hitting your good pitches.
And Ramirez will take a walk, and that'll bring up Jackie Bradley Jr.
Unfortunately, Ricky couldn't follow it up with something on the outside part of the plate, but I think he had Ramirez's attention enough to make that outside a little bit more Ricky's and less Ramirez's.
Talking with John Farrell before the game today about Jackie Bradley Jr. Mentioned last night that I had a chance to talk with him about his development this year. And John Farrell kind of echoed what Jackie Bradley Jr. told me yesterday, how, you know, it takes time. I know Twins fans are tired of us saying that, but it's been true for Bradley here in Boston. And that hit Bradley, and now the bases will be loaded. And Nolasco may have been somehow affected by the wind as well. Loaded up now for Aaron Hill.
Ricky overthrew a fastball right here, trying to come inside and just held on to it too long. The ball bounced and hit Bradley Jr.
Let's see, Nolasco missing his target that badly. So they're loaded up, 2 down, and now Aaron Hill. Hill getting a chance to play third base for Travis Shaw. Anyway, Farrell pointed out that in Bradley's first 2 years, he got about 450 at bats and was hitting under 200, and then just kind of got back to his old familiar swing. Had a good spring training and figured some things out this year. Down the middle, a strike. A long first inning here. A lot of base runners. And Nolasco trying to strand 3 of them in the first. Just missing 1-on-1. Bogaerts at third, Ramirez at second, Bradley at first. Chopper foul hit Hill in the box, 1-2.
Ricky staying down there in the zone very well, trying to throw that fastball where he can get a ground ball.
Nolasco's been good in July, 3 quality starts in the month and an ERA of 4. 1-2. On the ground, hit right to the shortstop. Nunez to Dozier. Twins left 2 on, Red Sox left 3 on, and each team with a first inning run. One apiece from windblown Fenway Park. Eddie Rosario will lead off the second. Ricky Nolasco threw 24 pitches, 12 strikes. David Price not a whole lot better. 22 pitches, 12 strikes in his first inning. Rosario, Suzuki, and Buxton to face Price here in the second. Squaring to bunt and taking a strike.
You watch a golf tournament that's being played in the wind. You hear the announcers talking all the time about how tough it is to stand over a putt with the wind blowing. Imagine out there going through your windup.
Well, that's why I thought in Nolasco's case somehow a gust of wind. Now he's a pretty stocky guy. He's not Stu Miller, who got blown off the mound at Candlestick Park in the All-Star game. But check swing, 1-1 to Rosario. Chop right side, and Ramirez stopped going for the ball, and Pedroia couldn't get there. Pitchers, at least the ones I work with, always talk about they want the first baseman to get everything they can to the right because it's the pitcher's job to get to the bag. And Rosario will take the break and get an opening base hit. Our Toyota key stat tonight, David Price with 141 strikeouts, and Chris Archer now with 147. Leading the American League. Twins faced Verlander on Wednesday, and Price here tonight. Kurt Suzuki the batter.
Well, back to your point about first baseman taking everything, there really is no reason not to. Get that hole covered by 2 guys. The pitcher should be there.
Suzuki takes down and in a ball. Now Price a left-hander, so he naturally falls toward the third baseline a little bit on his follow through, and Rosario runs well. It might have been a close play. One and 0 to Kurt Suzuki. Drive to left, high and deep to left, and off the wall. Rosario with a good read. He'll score. Suzuki going to second with an RBI double. And that ball might have gone out if not for the wind.
Definitely a home run on a different night. The wind has subsided a little bit, but still blowing in off the monster. Kurt gets good extension on this. And when you know this is, look at Rosario take off. He knows how well that ball's hit. If the ball's hit that well toward the monster, it's going to be over or off of it. You might as well just get going. And a good read by Eddie Rosario there.
Twins back in front, and now Byron Buxton. Buxton tried to bunt for a sacrifice last night, pop the ball up. See what he is asked to do here.
Very important to get this runner over the third. Very important.
There's a good bunt. And Hill's going to have to hurry. Throw is up the line, off the tarp. Suzuki will score.
He's going to third.
Buxton rounding second. It's a foot race to third base. Martinez's throw is not in time.
And Buxton, anytime you mention the term foot race, Buxton wins.
The importance of Buxton, however he can, putting the ball on the ground. Suzuki scores. It's 3-1.
And you could see the third baseman charging in, knowing that he had one chance, and that was to make a perfect play. Even though the bunt was a little hard, and with normal guys running, he would have made a nice play. But watch as he makes this bunt right here. Bunts a little hard. The third baseman, and he is just motoring. Third baseman knows he has only one job, and that's to hurry like crazy. As soon as the ball is in between those two fielders, Buxton on his way to third makes it easily. That speed is just incredible.
Infield in now for Nunez. Ball one.
So a really, really nice decision by Byron Buxton there. Like I said, very important to get the runner over to third with one out, give himself up at least, and get him to third with one out for Nunez. But that bunt and his ability to run just really creates havoc in the infield.
And now 2-0 and a rocky start for David Price. He's faced 9 batters and retired only 3, one of those on a sacrifice fly. And a foul ball. In his last 5 starts against the Twins, Price has logged 38 1/3 innings pitched and given up just 4 earned runs. The Twins already have 3 earned runs against him. Well, technically we don't know about the 3rd run yet. That will not be ruled as an earned run till perhaps the result of this at bat. But 3 runs nonetheless. And fouled back. The error by Hill allowed Suzuki to score and then allowed Buxton to go to third.
You can see the hitting plan of the Twins developing here. We mentioned that David Price likes to show you the ball inside of the fastball, throw cutters in, get you to either chase or be impressed by that, and then get you out with change-ups and stuff out over the plate more. Twins, so far, their plan, lay off the inside stuff, get it out there.
And Nunez protecting the plate, flips one foul.
When David Price gets you swinging or thinking you have to swing, you have to be prepared to hit balls inside, then he's got you. Twins' plan is to just get, much like they've done against Francisco Liriano, guys that have good breaking stuff, breaking toward the back foot of right-hand hitters. Just forget about anything inside. Looks like it might be inside. Look for the ball out over the plate, stay in the middle of the diamond. They've done a good job of that.
A drive to the left field corner, hooking. And it one hops the wall. Buxton will score easily. Nunez trying for second, and he's out by a mile. And Nunez wants the Twins to consider a challenge here. Pedroia put the glove down. Nunez feels that he slipped the tag at second base. It'll be an RBI base hit and a 4-1 Twins lead. And we'll see if the Twins want the umpires to take another look.
Well, Nunez claims that he got his hand in before around the tag of Pedroia, and I don't know if he did or not, but Pedroia kept trying to tag him there. Watch it continue to try and tag. That's not really convincing to me that Pedroia thought he got him in the first place.
And Twins might very well challenge this. And the way they're shrugging their shoulders, I wonder if there's not a video issue. Yeah, I don't think it's a decision to not challenge so much as a technology issue. Paul Molitor seemed a little frustrated that no one could even give him the thumbs up or the thumbs down. So we'll see what happens with Nunez thrown out at second base after an RBI single.
Terrific at bat by Nunez there.
And now Grossman with the bases empty, and he takes ball one.
As Nunez slides in, I think he slides around and gets his left hand in there, and I think he's right about that. I don't think Pedroia ever tagged him until his left hand was already on the base. Really creative slide by Eduardo Nunez in a situation where, frankly, he should have pulled up. You have to take a look. That's clearly a double in almost any other park, but not necessarily here if the left fielder plays it as well as Brock Holt played it. And when you got your head down, you're turning around, looking at second base, you have to pick up where the left fielder's throwing the ball and how quickly he's got it there, because without that great slide, he'd have been out by a long ways.
2-2 now to Grossman. Grossman in the first inning hit what looked to be a routine fly ball to right center field, but a wind gust caught the ball and took it out near the bullpen. It fell out of Martinez's reach for a 1-out triple. 2-2. And now a full count. Already the 40th pitch for Price. He's only gotten 4 outs. Close pitch. And Grossman takes a walk. With 1 out and the Twins leading, let's find Audra Martin.
Thanks, guys. Earlier today, I asked Paul Molitor what has made Davis Price so dominating in the past, and he said, the good news is, guys, he's finally starting to look a bit more human, just like we're seeing tonight, but he's still a guy who always seems to have a little extra in the tank. Pitch count doesn't really matter with him. It's not a factor, and in terms of velocity, he's one of the better guys out there. So the Twins cannot get too excited. They have to make him work if possible, like we're seeing tonight. But he also said that his team needs to forget about the big monster in left field. They've got to remember there's plenty of room in center and right. And again, they have to remember that David Price is vulnerable. They can get to him. They just have to make him work for it. Guys.
Thank you, Audra. There have been 4 games this year for Price where he's given up 6 or more earned runs. Most recently, June 24th at Texas against the Rangers. And so here are the Twins with 4 runs, at least 3 of them earned. There have only been 4 outs recorded, 1 on a sacrifice fly and the other on the out call at second base. Here is Sano, walked in the first inning.
Audra's report there plays into what I'm talking about. The Twins hitter's plan is up the plate. When she says make him work, what that means is don't swing at the pitches that he wants you to swing at or be impressed by inside. Talking with Tom Brunansky, he said we're gonna look for the ball out over the plate, which also goes to what Audra was saying about Paul Molitor, talking about how big the outfield is from left center around to the right field foul line. Look for the ball out over the plate, stay in the middle of the diamond. There's lots of room out there. If he happens to throw you a mistake, a curveball, then that thing can go over the wall. But otherwise, stay out over the plate, stay in the middle of the diamond. Once he gets you concerned about fastballs and cutters coming in under your hands as a right-handed hitter, he's got you, because he's got really good control of that changeup and backdoor cutter on the outside that he'll just eat you up with.
And a strike over the inside corner. Driven hard to right field, a base hit. Martinez will fire it back into the infield.
The last 4 hits that Miguel Sano has gotten have been 3 bullets to left center, or actually we'll call that one right center. 4 lasers from left center to right center. Talk about hitting back through the ball. That is a good swing right there. And as this young man learns how strong he is and how much he can hit the ball all over the park for extra base hits just like that, he's going to become one terrific hitter.
Dozier up with 2 men on, 1 out. The Twins already leading 4-1 against David Price. Dozier with a sacrifice fly to right field, hit the ball sharply to Martinez out on the warning track. Now ground ball to third. Hill has it, steps on third, fires across, and it's an inning-ending double play. The Twins score 3. They've got a 4-1 lead. We'll visit with Kyle Gibson in the bottom of the second when we come back. Twins trying to make it 2 in a row over the Boston Red Sox. They can say that, try for that, because Kyle Gibson pitched a marvelous game last night. Kyle, we said up here that it might have been your best game in the big leagues, and ultimately I guess your opinion matters a whole lot more than ours does. But where would you rank that, the performance last night?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it has to be considered for sure. I know it was probably one of the more memorable ones. It was a lot of fun. This place is a lot of fun to pitch in, and the fans got really loud there in 6th, 7th, 8th inning, and obviously the 9th inning as well. And it was a really cool atmosphere. I was joking in the locker room. I am pretty sure I caught myself singing "Sweet Caroline" there at the bottom of the 7th inning. So the atmosphere is it's a lot of fun.
1 run allowed here in 15 innings, going back a couple years ago to your 7-inning shutout effort. What is it about this ballpark that brings out the best in Kyle Gibson?
I mean, I don't really know. Maybe it's just kind of the atmosphere and the excitement of pitching in Fenway Park. I'm not really sure, but I'm sure if I look back and looked at the pitches that I was throwing and how I was mixing it up, I was probably just executing pretty well and getting ahead of guys and doing the pitching 101.
Well, you were. This is Kyle. This is Roy. You were executing way better than just kind of okay. And you and I have talked a lot about hitting and pitching, and we're showing some video right now of emotion that you showed last night. Big play by Brian when he made that diving play, a double play. You were, and then that double play in the 9th inning from the bench. You were pretty pumped up. Looked like that game meant a little something to you.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, whether your record is 38-60 or 60-38, you always want to win a game. And it's not me getting a win in my win column, but the team getting a win in our win column. And we're trying to win every ball game. And close games like that are a lot of fun to be a part of. And And it seems like this year we've been on the wrong side of a lot of 1- and 2-run ball games, and we want to start getting on the right side of those. So, yeah, I mean, I never want to lose the fire, no matter if we're in the playoff hunt or not. You know, I want to always enjoy the game and always be competitive, and you know, every game means something.
We showed the big double play in the 9th inning off of David Ortiz. The one you induced in the 1st inning might have been just as big as the one in the 9th inning.
Yeah, that was a big swing for me right there. You know, to get, I think it was 1st and 2nd and no outs and already giving up a run to get the double play there with Big Papi up there. I think swung that 1st inning and gave me a chance to limit the damage to just the 1 run.
3-1 to Michael Martinez. 1 down with Leon striking out quickly. And there's another walk to the number 9 batter.
Kyle, one of the plays that we showed on a video just a minute ago was that dive play on the chopper that Brian Dozier made, where he hit the bag with his glove and spun around, almost got the guy at first. Would have been one of the best plays any of us have ever seen. Your reaction to that was classic, because you really thought he might have gotten him there.
Yeah, I thought he'd gotten him twice, actually. When he made the play right before the umpire made the call, that is, I thought he had him out. And I didn't realize we were looking at the play at second base to see if he was safe or out. So when I was watching the umpire, he said out, and I thought he was talking about the guy at first base. So I thought we just turned a double play, so I was getting ready to throw in the windup, and Martinez didn't leave the field. So I was like, wait a second, what's going on here? And then I asked the umpire, and he said that they were talking about the guy at second base was out, and Martinez at first was safe. So, you know, a little unfortunate there, but yeah, I thought he was out a couple different times.
The batter is Brock Holt. He singled and scored in the 1st inning. 1-0 from Nolasco. Both starting pitchers good at throwing strikes, having a tough time. You ever pitched, Kyle, in a game like tonight that is so very windy, and does it affect a pitcher at all out on the mound?
Yeah, I mean, it's been really weird so far here in the first couple innings. The wind is kicking up a lot of dust, a lot of trash, and throwing off the timing of everybody, kind of. You know, the batter's stepping out, trying to make sure there's not wind blowing everywhere, trash around the mound. I don't know if I've really ever seen it quite like this. This has been a tough atmosphere so far, but it seems like it's dying down. So hopefully both pitchers, or at least our offense, can get in a groove, and Ricky can get in a groove, and we can put up a few more runs.
Kyle, you and I have talked about pitching as it relates to hitting from my standpoint. Certainly, you know, pitching from yours quite a bit. We'll have conversations on the bus or around the ballpark, and talking about your ability to trust your sinker because of and get strike one with that, and impress guys inside with pounding the ball in so that it opens up the rest of the plate. I thought you did that last night as well as anybody could possibly do it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You know, that was something that we wanted to do was establish inside. We kind of felt like anytime you got a team that's as hot as the Red Sox are, they're probably not you know, turning and burning on a lot of inside heaters. They're probably taking advantage of maybe some breaking balls that are left middle and fastballs out over the plate. So even as you saw Betts, you know, I was trying to go up and in with that fastball, right, and just left it over the plate. So and then after that.
Base hit right field. Martinez was off with the pitch, and they'll end up at third base. Holt with a pair of hits out of the leadoff spot for the Red Sox.
And even after that, you know, we had known they had been really aggressive, you know, the day before against Duffy. So it looked like they were going to be aggressive again. So we were throwing some off speed early and then coming in late. So we had to make a couple adjustments during the game and mix up the pitches a little bit. But Juan called a great game, and he seemed to be one step ahead of him the whole time.
First and third, one down, and now Dustin Pedroia, and Nolasco, who's been pretty good at getting ground ball double plays himself. Trying to get one off the bat of Pedroia here. Nolasco's gotten 11 ground ball double plays on the year. Pedroia lined out to Buxton, his first time up.
So what have you been doing here? And we'll change gears here a little bit, Kyle. What have you been doing with your time your off time in Boston? You had any good meals? Any memorable meals here? That's a great restaurants around here.
Yeah, I told a little story, short synopsis of it on Twitter this morning. Didn't want to say anything yesterday because I wasn't sure how it was going to turn out, obviously. But
oh my! Pedroia on the follow through. Club Suzuki with the bat, and Kurt is down. Thought it was with the bat. Perhaps it was just the baseball.
Yeah, I think it was just a foul that got him up under the mask.
Well, the mask got it, but
the mask saved him.
Jarring.
Yeah.
We've been so concerned about this with Suzuki taking so many on the grill like that, and he may have gotten a cut on the chin. It hit him low in the mask.
I thought it might have gotten him up underneath the mask, but it got him low enough that it cut him.
Yeah. He's been cut, and he'll have to come out of the game, and Juan Centeno will have to relieve Suzuki. And boy, for 3 years with the Twins, this is the first time I think I can remember him coming out of a ball game, and it's because he's got a cut on his chin. So Suzuki will leave, and Centeno will be the relief catcher. Kurt's got that extender below the regular mask, and it hit the bars of the mask, thankfully, but the compression apparently created a cut on his chin. Here's Centeno, and he'll get a few throws to get loose. Kyle, while Centeno is getting loose here, tell us about your lunch experience yesterday.
Yeah, so I'm sitting at Stephanie's on Newberry and just eating lunch with my parents who drove over from Indiana. This would be my dad's first time getting to watch me at Fenway, so he wanted to be here. And sitting there and I'm eating my breakfast, and all of a sudden I feel something hit my hat. And I took my hat off and looked at it, and a bird had gone number 2 right on top of my head there, and wiped it off. Didn't think anything of it. Was really thankful that it didn't go in my food. And that sparked our conversation of, what happens, if somebody has their food done that. And just like 5 minutes later, a bird got me again through the table right on my leg. And we told the waitress, we asked them, we were interested, like, hey, if this happens, does somebody get a new meal? And they said, of course, and she asked if that had happened today. And I said, well, it didn't land in my food, but it landed on me twice. And she goes, well, that's a sign of good luck. So, I was like, all right. So I didn't want to say anything about it yesterday, but had to tell that story this morning.
1-1 to Pedroia with the new catcher in the ball game, and Pedroia drives it to the right field corner, and that's a fair ball, and it hops the wall. A run will score. Pedroia to second, and he now represents the tying run. So the Red Sox answer with at least one here in the second inning, and Bogaerts will hit with 2 men in scoring position. Kyle, great job again last night. And we're going to let you go and trust that you'll eat lunch under a tree the next time you start in Minnesota.
That's exactly right. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Good to see you, Kyle.
Pitchers duel last night finished 2-1. And we've had all sorts of base runners and runs scored already. Neil Allen to the mound. Bogaerts has been a really tough out for the Twins, and he will hit with the tying run at second and 1 away. 11 hits already in the ball game. Price has walked 2. Nolasco's walked 1 and hit 1. Actually, Nolasco has walked 2 and hit a batter. Bogaerts singled, ended up at third base last inning. The inning started with Leone striking out. Since then, a walk to the number 9 batter and a pair of hits. Breaking ball, grounded foul. Twins have a good July going. They are in the month of July 11-7. Red Sox playing even better. They're 12-4 in July. One strike from Nolasco to Bogaerts. 1-1.
Red Sox have played an awful lot of games at home. They've got an interesting stretch coming up ahead of them. They play an awful lot of games in a row, and they have one off day and then play an awful lot of games in a row after that, and most of it's on the road. I think they've played more games at home than anybody in the league.
Down the middle. Nolasco's now thrown 45 pitches, 23 of them for strikes. Walked 3 men in his last start that covered 6 innings.
You see the ratio there. That's not going to get it done against this lineup. He's going to have to find the strike zone a little bit more often.
Lifted foul over by the Boston dugout.
You know, I will say the one thing that I've seen about that really impresses me about Bogaerts, besides just the fact that he's torn up the Twins, he's clearly a terrific hitter. He ruins a lot of really good pitches. He had that great battle against Kinsler last night before he finally walked. Kinsler threw him some great stuff. Ricky's thrown him some good pitches in 2 at-bats that he's fought off to get something he can handle.
And another foul. Almost 400 at bats, 63 strikeouts. But yeah, we've seen him particularly against Kinsler last night. He earned that walk last night in the 9th inning.
And I've seen him earn his way into a good pitch to hit and then tattoo that one. You know, he's spoiled a lot of pitches that could have struck him out or induced a weak contact, and he's fought those off, fouled them off, gotten a pitch in the middle of the zone, and then nailed it. And that's the mark of a great hitter for sure. But we have seen a lot of that from him.
Nolasco could use a strikeout trying to protect what was a 3-run lead. It's now a 2-run lead. That one landed 8 feet in front of the plate. Another bad miss by Nolasco. Where this ball hit.
Yeah, trying to make a perfect pitch with a slider on the outside corner, and he just really overthrew over the top of it.
2-2.
But that'll get in your head. I got to believe that'll get in your head as a pitcher. You see a good hitter up there spoiling really quality pitches that you made. You kind of think, well, what do I have to do? I have to make this perfect pitch to get it.
High and tight, 3-2.
And again, that ball is not as close as he makes it look. Bogaerts is another one of them. I've heard Bert Blyleven refer to guys like that as being a diver. But he starts out going toward the outside corner to protect out there and make everything be in on him. And so a ball in off the plate like that, it really shocks him. That ball wasn't as close as he made it look, but it's a good pitch by Nolasco. That perfect, perfect. That's exactly what we're talking about. Come in hard, get them thinking about it there, and then make a really good pitch. Slide on the outside corner. Perfect.
And now he'll go after Ortiz. Ortiz drove in the first Boston run with a short fly ball to Buxton.
So watch this sequence. See him dive in. He's stepping right toward the plate. That ball up and in. Now he's got to protect against that a little bit, and his rear end just wasn't quite in it.
Unique color to the sky. That's what will be blowing over Fenway Park here shortly, whatever it is. Sunset, I believe. I hope.
Already been some things blown over here.
1-0 to Ortiz. Told me in the pregame show that a year from now he's going to be on a beach drinking a beer. Heading into retirement with what may go down as his best year ever. And a strike called, 1-1. And to summarize what he said regarding his time in Minnesota, he said, of course, he's disappointed when his future with the Twins was cut short. But philosophically, he said, philosophically, is my description of what he said. You know, he's not the first player, nor will he be the last, to end up someplace else in his original team and prospering there. It's a fact of life.
It happens all the time.
Yeah, it happens all the time. 1-1. And Twins fans can always regret not having his bat, his clutch hitting in the playoff rounds, but it's a part of the game. And he has no hard feelings because, as he said, it turned out to be the best thing for him. 2-1. Big pitch here for Nolasco, and we're only in the second inning.
I think the ironic thing about all of that, Dick, is that the Twins wanted him to at least shoot some balls to left field, learn to hit the ball to the opposite field on occasion, and he didn't want to do that. He came over here to a place where the opposite field for him was a short porch, and it made him the hitter that he was here, because he could shoot the ball against or over that short left field fence, and he learned that he didn't have to pull everything. And became this phenomenally great clutch hitter.
2-2 from Nolasco to Ortiz. And now 3-2 to Ortiz. Nolasco's pitch count up to 55 already.
You look at what he's done in this ball club with his career numbers, and he has torn it up here. There's no question about that.
Lifted foul into the second deck here at Fenway. Both David Price, Ricky Nolasco struggling here in the first couple innings. Game's over an hour old, and we're not done with the bottom of the second yet. And ball four. He walks the ball, gets away from Centeno, and the Red Sox get another run. Nolasco throwing one in the dirt. Centeno didn't block it. And Holt alertly comes in from third base. It's 4-3. Pedroia going to third.
Tries to back foot the slider, and Centeno just didn't quite get down in time. Watch Brock Holt. Watch what a great jump he had. And that's all about anticipation right there. For him to score that easily, you saw him take his secondary lead as Nolasco was going to the plate. And he came down the line and had all his weight going forward, like, if he throws this ball in the dirt, I'm going to be ready. He certainly was. Scored easily on a ball that didn't get that far behind Centeno.
Second walk of the inning, third in the game for Nolasco. He's also hit a batter. High fly, deep left field. Way back. Gone. A 3-run home run for Hanley Ramirez. The Red Sox take a 6-3 lead, 6-4 lead. Nolasco struck out Bogaerts and was 1 out away from getting out of this mess with a 2-run lead. Ended up walking Ortiz. Ramirez hits the first pitch out, and now here's Bradley taking strike one.
This lineup never lets up. There's a guy coming up every time through the 7th spot that knows how to drive in runs. It's just a tough lineup to pitch to.
Off of Nolasco, now to Nunez, has a crawl up his arm, and Bradley will reach on an infield hit. It hit one of Nolasco's legs and then rolled toward Nunez, who tried to barehand the ball. Bradley runs well enough to beat it out for a hit.
Well, there's a fastball to Ramirez that's right in the middle of the plate. Ramirez looking for it. Got it. good extension on this. You can see that he was just sitting on fastball in the middle of the plate and got it right there where he wanted it.
Hit 3 home runs against the Giants here on Wednesday night. Lined out to end the game last night. 9th man to bat this inning is Aaron Hill. Ball 1.
Yeah, Ramirez hit 2 line drives for outs last night. I think he might be just a little bit frustrated. Went up there with one thing in mind that time up.
Two and 0. Velasco with a monstrous pitch count of 62. And only 32 strikes. Twins had a short start here 2 nights ago from Tyler Duffy. They were counting for quality innings from Velasco here tonight. This will be his 40th pitch this inning, after the Twins gave him a 4-1 lead. Lifted foul. Velasco came into this start with 3 straight quality starts, but this obviously not one of those. 6 runs, all of them earned already.
We saw the pitch count and the ball strike ratio just this inning. We've shown you for the game as well. And this is just a lineup in a ballpark where those numbers can't be the case. Just can't throw that many balls out of the strike zone.
Nunez with a 1-hop throw. Barely got Hill. 9-man bat. And 5 of them score. And the Red Sox lead by a pair. Putting the Red Sox in front 6-4. We might be going back and forth a little bit here tonight. We've just completed 2 innings. Kurt Suzuki left for a hospital to get some stitches in his chin, we're being told. So no concussion concerns, just some stitches for Kurt. Max Kepler takes outside, ball 1 from David Price. I want to say happy 90th birthday to Joe Mayasich from Shoreview, celebrating his 90th birthday today, celebrating in part by watching Twins baseball. A loyal Twins fan, so happy birthday to Joe. Kepler singled to left on the first pitch he saw from David Price. Now he's got a 2-0 count. And over the inside corner. Lasco didn't handle a 3-run lead very well. We'll see how Price handles a 2-run lead. And now 2-2. Kenny Vargas on deck. 6 runs, 6 hits for the Red Sox, 4 runs, 7 hits for the Twins. Stroked solidly off the tarp. Still 2-2.
Twins have some real Twins fans. We have a lot of excitement ahead of us with young players on this Twins team. I'm thinking of 3 hitters in particular.
Kepler was talking the other day about the thrill of playing at Fenway Park. His mom talked about it last night.
The 3 hitters I'm talking about, Miguel Sano is going to hit 35 home runs, 30 to 35 a year, I think, at some point in time. And that's going to be the norm for him. Byron Buxton's going to be an athletic, exciting player, and this young man right here, Max Kepler, is going to be the best hitter of all 3 of them, in my opinion.
Really?
Yep.
Nice catch by the ball girl down the left field line.
We'll see. There's tremendous upside for Miguel Sano. Talking to Tom Danansky today, he and I both saying, wouldn't it be great if Sano can take lessons from Miguel Cabrera by watching the way Cabrera hits and how he can hit the ball out of the ballpark to right field, all over the ballpark, and therefore not get fooled by breaking pitches as easily as Miguel is right now. He may get there. If he gets there, he's going to be terrific. But this young man right here, as he pops it up, Ramirez comes in and makes the catch. He's going to be a terrific hitter in the big leagues, I think. High average, high slugging percentage.
Pop up to Ramirez, 1 away. That'll bring up Kenny Vargas. Vargas called out on strikes his first time up. That wrapped up the first inning. Strike on the outside corner. One and one. Twins sent 6 men to the plate in the first, 7 men to the plate in the second. Stroked solidly under the glove of Hill and into the left field corner, and Vargas will round first and hold up there. You saw what happened when Nunez was thrown out by Holt, and a hot shot past the third baseman should be ruled a single.
We talked about how well he's been swinging the bat right-handed. He blisters another one here, and there's no chance right there. That ball, one hopper in between. That's just a bang bang. Either the ball goes in the glove or not. Another really good right-handed at bat for Kenny Vargas.
Rosario singled and scored. He had a ground ball between Ramirez and Pedroia into right field. The wind gusts have died down considerably. There's still a hefty breeze blowing in from left, but that is manageable. What you're seeing the wind do to the flag, and behind home plate the flag is limp. Quite a change from the first 2 innings. 1 strike to Rosario, and now 2 strikes. Oh, 0-2. And now 1-2. That's to left and down for a hit. So Rosario falls behind 0-2 and ends up picking up his second hit. 2 aboard now for Juan Centeno.
Interesting how David Price has evolved as a pitcher. We look at the pitch selection over the course of his career coming into this year. You can see a lot of fastballs, a lot of curveball sliders, and a little bit of cutter, a little bit of changeup. You look at this season, the fastball's way down. He's eliminated the slider altogether from his repertoire. And look at the cutter and changeup. And that's what we were talking about. He has become a cutter changeup pitcher to a big degree. There's a fastball right there, and it really changed. I was talking to Tom Bernansky, and I mentioned how it appeared that Price had changed his pitch selection ratios, and he said, yeah, but in Fenway he's totally different, and it's really been a result of pitching here in Fenway with that short as almost, and we were talking about left-handed pitchers here in Fenway learn to pitch inside to right-hand hitters, to show them the ball in there because they want to get them out away. They don't want to throw anything out over the middle of the plate or just on the off the inside corner where guys can get the head out, the bat head out.
Centeno with a ground ball, and the Red Sox turn their second double play in the last 2 innings. A couple of hits for the Twins, but the Red Sox still leading by 2. On Fox Sports North is presented by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. Well, we think the weather's calmed down significantly here at Fenway for the rest of the evening. See if the game calms down. 10 runs already. Ricky Nolasco done for the night. 2 ineffective innings with 6 earned runs allowed, and Buddy Boshears will come in to pitch at least the 3rd inning. Boshears will face Leon, Martinez, and Holt, with the Red Sox up 6-4. Leon struck out to start the 2nd inning, and then the trouble started when Nolasco walked Martinez, the number 9 batter, strike at the knees. Twins swapping Neil Ramirez for Buddy Boshears after the final game in Detroit on Wednesday.
Boshears' job, hold him right here as best he can. Hold him down. The Twins hitters have a nice plan against Price. They're having some good at bats. They're scoring some runs. They're getting hits. Hold them right there. See if we can turn this into a slugfest that the Twins can win.
Twins bullpen is in reasonably good shape, even though they had a short start from Tyler Duffy on Thursday because Gibson went 8 last night and Kinsler closed out the 9th. Boshears pitched here 2 nights ago. He had a good inning, but then was asked to try to pitch the 2nd inning and ran into some trouble. Ended up going an inning and a third, giving up 2 runs on 3 hits. Fernando Abad has not pitched on this road trip yet. Trevor May pitched a couple innings, again had a good first inning and then trouble in the 2nd inning. Presley hasn't pitched yet in this series. Neither has Taylor Rogers. That's just foul. Leon spanking that ball pretty hard, but a foul ball. Michael Tonkin pitched 2 1/3 innings 2 nights ago. So Duffy knocked out in the 3rd inning 2 nights ago. And Nolasco didn't even throw a pitch in the 3rd inning here. Testament to this Red Sox lineup. And then within that, a testament to the job Kyle Gibson did last night, holding this Red Sox lineup on a pace to score over 900 runs to just the leadoff home run in the 1st inning. 3-2 from Boshears to Leon. And now Leon takes a leadoff walk from Boshears. Red Sox acquired Martinez earlier this month, a utility player with some speed. Aaron Hill brought over from Milwaukee. And then the next day, Martinez coming over. Brad Ziegler, the current closer for the Red Sox. Drew Pomerantz.
Look at that knuckle. That's what you call a knuckle curveball. It's his best pitch. I saw him on TV the other day. He throws a lot of curveballs. Interesting grip on that knuckle curve from Pomerantz.
Here's Martinez, tough guy to double up because he runs so well. Swing and a miss.
The Red Sox put so much pressure on you with the bats. You really just can't afford to walk anybody. It's almost like committing an error in the field. A walk to the Red Sox here, a walk to anybody is well, not good, but a walk to the Red Sox is like giving them an extra out in an inning. That lineup is just so potent.
Witness what happened to Nolasco in the 2nd inning. He struck out Leon, but then walked Martinez. Now Martinez is not a pitcher, although he takes a called 3rd strike there. But he is a number 9 batter, and you just can't afford to walk number 9 hitters. Brock Holt will hit after a walk and a strikeout here in the 3rd. John Farrell telling me that Betts has had some ongoing knee issues right after the All-Star break and finally got to the point where they had to take him out last night. Structurally, there's nothing wrong, and he has the distinction of being the subject of our Sanford Health injury report tonight.
And you could tell by those 2 swings, he's really having trouble pushing off that right knee when he hits.
That's what I was telling Farrell today. He said, well, he just wasn't moving naturally. And I said, well, his home run trot looked pretty good in the 1st inning.
I was, when they took him out of the game, I wondered last night if he wrenched his knee stepping on the base in his trot.
On the outside corner, 0-2 now to Brock Holt. So instead of Betts hitting home runs, Holt has picked up a couple of singles and a couple of runs scored. And his speed from 3rd base has been responsible for both of those runs scoring. 0-2 from Boshears. In the 1st inning, Holt was at 3rd. Ortiz hit a fly ball. The wind kept blowing it toward the infield. And Buxton made a catch running in. But Holt runs well. He was able to beat Buxton's throw, and then on a pitch that got away from Centeno in the 2nd inning, he streaked in from 3rd base. Down and away, 2-2.
We talked about that base running play by Holt. It really was a textbook example for young player, young baseball players everywhere, how you have to be ready coming down the line, have your momentum going toward the plate, anticipating a ball in the dirt. You'd be amazed at how many runs you can score when ball's not getting away very far from the catcher.
Just off the plate. Now 3-2. Shears has thrown 14 pitches. There hasn't been a ball put in play yet. On the outside corner, and Holt is called out on strikes. That'll bring up Pedroia.
Great pitch there by Buddy Boshears. He was trying to hit it out there, both with the fastball and the breaking ball. Finally got it right on the. Well, I think there's a seam that got that corner. I know Bert liked it.
On a night like tonight, where we're hour and a half into the game and still in the
Everybody
bottom of the
likes
third.
Everybody likes it.
Everybody except Brock Holt likes it. One strike to Pedroia. A line out to center. And then a double. Part of the 5-run second inning that sent Nolasco to the showers. And a bouncer to Vargas. That wraps up an effective third inning for Buddy Boshears. Twins down a couple, and Byron Buxton will lead things off for the Twins. Fox Sports North is presented by Northland Ford. Visit northlandford.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. And by Grand Casino. The best stories start here. What's yours? That shot taken from Roy Smalley's private helicopter that'll get us from Fenway Park over to the hotel after the game. Traffic around the ballpark here is a little congested.
I've got just enough room for you.
Pitches up to Byron Buxton in what was a sacrifice situation. Buxton put it down a good enough bunt to get a bunt single. There was a throwing error that sent him to third, all part of a 3-run second inning. And now 2-0 to Buxton. Despite the bunt hit, Hill is playing back on the dirt at third base, and so is Ramirez. That's something that I think can very quickly change the more Buxton bunts the ball. Takes a strike.
Well, it's interesting. I was thinking about that last time when Byron bunted. You've almost got to play him if you're really going to get him out and prevent the bunt. You got to play him like a left-handed speedster.
Splintered bat and a roller to Price, 1-1. One down in the fourth. Our Carsoup.com trivia question: who has the Twins' highest career batting average at Fenway Park? I'll go with the low-hanging fruit and say Rod Carew.
I'll go with what I think is even lower hanging fruit and say Tony Oliva.
Okay. Joe Mauer used to hit the ball well here. He hasn't the last couple of years. Not in the lineup tonight because he's had a tough time, like a lot of lefties, against David Price. Nunez takes a strike over the inside corner. Now the Twins, second time through the batting order, got 4 hits and a walk against Price. Going to foul, 2 strikes. Can't say they let him off the hook. They scored 4 runs in 2 innings. Velasco had a tougher time in the first 2 innings than Price did.
Well, the Twins had really good at bats all the way through the lineup. Both times. They executing the plan, scored 4 runs.
Ooh. Close pitch, and Nunez took it for a ball.
Price wondering where that was. It looked like a pretty good pitch.
Well, Leone looking over his left shoulder, wondering where it was. Fox Tracks brought to you by Jeep. 1 and 2 to the Twin shortstop. Now 2 and 2. Felix Hernandez won the Cy Young Award in 2010. The Twins beat him. Faced Verlander on the series finale on Wednesday. Verlander didn't get the loss, but the Twins won the ball game 4-1. Verlander won the Cy Young Award in 2011. Price won it in 2012. Max Scherzer won it in 2013. The Twins did not face him when they were in D.C. Otherwise, they might have beaten him. And they beaten Kluber, who won it in 2014, and Keuchel, who won it in 2015. Swing and a miss. So this Twins team that all year long has had the worst record in the American League, but they've played their best games, had their best approaches against the best pitchers in the league. 2 down. You can join us Wednesday, July 27th. The Twins taking on the Braves. And the first 10,000 fans 21 and over get a Twins 91 World Championship Stein presented by Budweiser. July 27th is also Student Day presented by Rasmussen College and a Schweigert $1 a Dog Day. For tickets, go to twinsbaseball.com/tickets or call 800-33-TWINS. 2 down in the 4th, and now here's Grossman. He's got a triple, a run scored, and a walk. 1-0. Two and 0. Pop up right field, and Martinez playing it cautiously, and he makes the catch. First 1-2-3 inning we've had tonight. In the top of the 4th, the Red Sox still lead by 2. Sports fans, if you can't catch the games on TV, you can stream them live on your mobile device with the all-new Fox Sports Go app. Download the app, take Fox Sports North and Twins baseball with you wherever you go. Xander Bogaerts will lead off the fourth against Buddy Boshiers. Now, when he pitched here the other day, had a good first inning and then struggled a little bit in his second inning. Twins are going to try to milk as many outs from Boshiers as they can. Up and away, ball one. Twins have an off day on Monday, so they're going to try to survive these two short starts in this series and let everybody recover on Monday. Down and in, and it's 2-0. It looked like Nolasco had struck out Bogaerts and was ready to wrap up the second inning, but then he walked Ortiz, gave up the home run to Ramirez, and just like that, the Red Sox had come from 3 down to lead by 2. Check swing, and it's called a strike. 2-1. Bemused look by Bogaerts. I believe he called it a strike, didn't he?
I thought so.
Scoreboard has 3-0 here.
Umpire just signaled. Home plate umpire just signaled 2-1.
All right. Drilled to left. Does it have enough loft? No. And it'll be a single. Bogaerts will try for 2. And Rosario juggled the ball. He'll get a double. Rosario didn't have to hurry to hold Bogaerts to a single, but it looked like he might have tried to hurry, and Bogaerts ends up at second base.
Well, it's always different for a young guy playing the monster, but Rosario was in good position. You see Bogaerts with a great swing as per usual, hits a laser off the monster. But look at Eddie's in good position. It took his eye off the ball just a little bit, which is too bad because we all know how accurate his arm is. And if he had just fielded that ball cleanly, he'd have thrown Bogaerts out, I'm pretty certain.
I'll assume a double unless I hear otherwise.
Yeah, it has to be double.
And Ortiz will bat. Sacrifice fly in the first, a walk and a run scored in the second. Strike one. So Boshiers hoping to not suffer the fate he suffered here a couple of nights ago, where he pitched a good first inning and then gave up some hits and runs in his fraction of the second inning.
Here's the thing, we talk all the time about location, about a guy commanding, a pitcher commanding his pitches, staying out of the middle of the plate, throwing the ball, the pitches on the corners. You can't throw it where you want to all the time. I mean, no pitcher can. And right now, this Red Sox lineup is very, very talented, and they're very hot, and they just don't miss pitches in the middle.
A mile in the air
Although
to
David
short
Ortiz
left.
just did.
And Sano back away from it. No, Nunez didn't catch it. That was Sano's ball. Of course, he's had problems with pop-ups, but he wanted no part of that ball. And that was his ball to take. Nunez scrambled after it once he realized Sano was nowhere near the ball. The ball landed about 3 feet from where Sano was standing. Paul Molitor said of Sano's problems, it's kind of a mental thing with him right now. He had the misfortune of having a ball while he was in Rochester tick off his glove, hit him in the head near the mound, and he's missed 2 easy pop-ups since his recall from Rochester, and that was a ball that he clearly should have had.
Or he should have been in the vicinity looking to catch it until the shortstop ran him off. That you're right. He really didn't. He assumed that the shortstop was going to catch that ball. It was almost like he didn't remember that with Ortiz up, they were shifted way around. The ball went up, and he just assumed that the shortstop playing in a normal spot would just come over and catch it behind him there.
It looked like he thought Rosario was going to make the catch in left field. And there's a little bit of wind still blowing in from left field, but the ball landed on the skin of the infield. 1-0. And now Now 1-1.
To be fair, there's also a runner on second base, and he's probably thinking, well, I got to get over here and cover third. If I go out there and catch that ball, who's going to, with the shortstop way over, who's going to cover third? The answer is, well, the pitcher has to be there.
Time called. 1-1 the count to Ramirez, who teed off on the first fastball from Ricky Nolasco in the second inning and hit a 3-run home run. Swing and a miss. Centeno blocks enough of it to keep Bogaerts at second base. An unfortunate start here for Boshiers. He gave up a rocket to Bogaerts, but it should have been a single. And Ortiz should have popped up and out. Instead, first and second, nobody out. Ground ball to third. Sano will go to the bag, step and fire across. And he might have actually had a shot at second base. No chance for a triple play. Twins, of course, here at Fenway a little over 16 years ago. A little over 26 years ago. Got 2 triple plays in one game. A similar ground ball.
Yeah, hot shot there. He does a good job of fielding it. He's got a cannon for an arm. There was no problem getting that double play. Forgetting maybe that Ortiz running from first to second. They might have been able to go out that way as well. But
fact of the matter is, Ramirez might be more in scoring position at first base than Ortiz is at second base.
Could be.
2 down and a strike called now to Jackie Bradley Jr.
I want to know how Ortiz got a triple. He has a triple this year. And I want to know. I want to know the circumstances around that triple, because we saw him hit balls off the center field fence in Target Field and just trot to first base, to content with a single. So I want to know what happened when he got a triple.
David's got terrible foot issues. As he tried to beat out that 9th inning double play grounder, he stood beyond first base, really not wanting to take another step. It's what keeps him in the trainer's room significant amount of the time before a game every night. Here's a ball hit to left. Rosario back. He'll go to the wall. And Karen hits him in the leg. Bradley to second with a double, and Ortiz does score with a 2-out double, and the Red Sox get another run in the 4th.
There's the beauty of playing in Fenway, and I think especially if you're a left-handed hitter. You're facing a left-hander who's got a good breaking ball. If you try to pull fastballs, you're going to be way out in front of the breaking ball. You see here, up and away, no problem. I'm just going to hit a fly ball to the left. Now, admittedly, he hit the ball pretty well, but that's not. Left fielder's going to catch that ball anywhere else, but not here.
Michael Tonkin's going to come in, and again, trouble in Boshiers' second inning, although the trouble wasn't entirely his fault here in the 4th. paddle ball against the monster in left. But in between, another miscue by Miguel Sano. He's had some big time problems on pop-ups. This was a target field and a drop. He had both hands involved in the play, just dropped it. Ground balls have been a problem, but the most disconcerting thing, the problem with the pop-ups. And in the fourth inning here today, a pop-up not far from where he was standing, and he gave up on the ball and trotted to third base. So there was concern about Sano's play in the outfield, but now growing concern with him moving back to the infield. Twins gave the Red Sox an extra out. They've gotten one run here in the fourth because of it. Now a ground ball to Sano, and he fires across, and Tonkin gets the final out of the fourth on one pitch. Second, another run in the fourth. See what the Twins can do here in the fifth.
Twins fans, don't forget at Twins home games, bring your Circle Me signs. If you get circled, you may find yourself in the Minnesota Lottery winner's circle, where you could win $100 worth of lottery scratch-off tickets, courtesy of the Minnesota Lottery.
Miguel Sano will lead off the fifth inning. Outside, ball one. Sano with a walk and a single to right field. Swing and a miss on the pitch outside.
That's the pitch David Price wants to get you on, especially if you're a big, strong right-handed hitter. He's going to try to get you out with that changeup on the outside part of the plate. Another way that he's adapted to pitching at Fenway, he doesn't think that right-handers are going to be able to reach out and hook that ball over the monster.
One hopper back to the mound, and Sano is retired, one away. Fox Sports supports the Grand Slam Dinner benefiting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Twin Cities. It's coming up Sunday, August 14th at Capitol Grill in downtown Minneapolis. You can join your hosts Brian and Renee Dozier for a 4-course meal served by your favorite Twins players. Visit foxsportsnorth.com, click on upcoming events for details. Dozier with a sacrifice fly, giving the Twins a 1-0 lead in the first, and then he bounced into a double play to wrap up the second inning. Up and in, ball one. And now a strike. Turned into a pleasant evening. It was anything but about an hour before game time. Rain shower passed Fenway Park while the tarp was on the field, and then we played the first 2 innings in gusty winds. There's a fly ball to center. And Bradley camps under it, makes the catch, 2 away. And now Price is set down, 6 men in a row. Bring up Kepler. Kepler with a single his first time up. He popped up weakly in front of Ramirez, leading off the 3rd. Kepler takes a breaking ball, ball 1. One over for a strike. Kepler right now hitting .239. Taylor Rogers warming up. Driven hard but foul. A year ago at this time, Kepler was in Double-A, tearing up the Southern League. .322. Nearly went double digits in extra base hitting. 32 doubles, 13 triples, and 9 home runs. He's already gone double digits in home runs in the big leagues. Call 3rd strike, and Price settling down in the middle innings, pitching with a 3-run lead. Our Mountain Dew fans of the game. A lot of Twins fans enjoying the monster seats out there above the left field wall, and they've been kept busy. Some balls hit up there, some near misses. Twins fans all over the ballpark here at Fenway Park. Taylor Rogers will come into the ball game here, hoping to get an inning or 2 of effective relief. Down and in, ball 1.
The key to Taylor Rogers in his career going forward will be how he's able to get right-hand hitters out. He's terrific against left-handers. He'll struggle a little bit with right-handers, but has the kind of stuff that he should be able to figure that out.
3rd relief pitcher already for the Twins, so the hope is that Rogers will be able to pitch a couple innings here. now low, 2-1. Since the Twins moved to Minnesota from D.C. in the all-time matchup with the Red Sox, Twins have the lead 305 to 303. Three and one from Rogers to Leone, and the pitch fouled back. It was a wonderful year in 1965. The Twins faced the Red Sox 18 times and won 17 ball games.
It's amazing how that ebbs and flows during the lifetime of teams playing against each other.
A roller to short. Nunez scoops it up, double clutches, and then throws him out. With one out in the fifth, let's check in with Audra Martin.
Well, guys, you would think that considering it's Taylor Rogers' first year in the big leagues, that this would be his first time playing here at Fenway, but it's actually not. 5 years ago yesterday, he played in a game here at Fenway for the Cape Cod League. And now he came into that game, pitched a perfect inning, and actually grabbed the win. And he says that he has great memories of being able to take this ballpark in, and he's glad he kind of got that out of the way then, because now he's already kind of used to the ballpark. He says hopefully that's a good omen, that he already had a good time the first time pitching here. Hopefully the second time is just as good.
Well, we hope that he can get through a couple innings here. Twins in position where they'd like to get through this ball game without exhausting the bullpen for tomorrow's game. Michael Martinez, the batter. He's walked, scored, and struck out. 1-0.
Even more importantly, the Twins hoping that Tommy Milone can continue his streak of real good pitching.
It's hit to center. Buxton back and then over. 2 down. And that'll get us back to the top of the order in Brock Holt.
It's fun, isn't it, when you have a center fielder of terrific competence, and I say that because he's just flat terrific out there, Byron Buxton, not just a competent center fielder, but what I mean is the ball, your sense of competence out there, the ball goes to center field, and you just have a feeling that when the ball comes down, he's going to have it.
Yep.
Doesn't matter where it's hit.
One strike to Holt, and now 2 strikes. Well, Rogers misfired on his first 2 pitches to Leone. Came back and got him. Got Martinez quickly, hoping to get Holt quickly as well. 1-2. Audra mentioned that Rogers pitched here in the Cape Cod League All-Star game. Teammate in that game of maybe future teammate JT Chargois, who's doing very well at AAA. I'd be surprised if in the final half of the season we don't see Chargois back up here for an extended stint. 1-2. And a liner foul.
Cape Cod League is a great place for college kids to play. You can go out there and play summers at the Cape Cod League. There's several really good semi-pro leagues around the country that good college players will spend their summers playing good competition, good baseball. Cape Cod, one of those.
Northwoods League, another one. Down and away, 2-2.
I played 2 summers in Boulder, Colorado, and 1 summer in Anchorage, Alaska while I was in college.
They still have that thing in Alaska where they play
the midnight game. You bet. Starts at 10 o'clock when it's light. Finish around 12:30 or 1 o'clock, and it's still light. Sun just kind of goes over there, and then it comes back the other way. It's never, you never really lose sight of it.
Don't have to turn the lights on. There's probably no lights on the field to begin with.
Nope.
2-2. And foul back.
Pretty easy to be a weatherman in Alaska, actually. In summertime, it's, well, light today.
All right.
all
You don't
day.
have to give sunrise or sunset or anything.
It's going to be light today and pleasant, and then in the wintertime, it's going to be cold and dark.
And a pop-up near the Twins dugout, and Sano
Well,
makes the catch.
Well, of course he does.
Sano reaches over the railing by his own dugout, makes a fine play on a pop-up, and Rogers has a 1-2-3 fifth inning. That didn't last long. Now the Red Sox have a 3-run lead, and Kenny Vargas will lead off the top of the 6th inning. Vargas with a strikeout and a single against David Price, and he takes strike one. Price has set down 7 men in a row. Twins reached him for 9 runs, 9 hits, 4 runs early on, but now he's settled down. Oh, 0-2 to Vargas. The single he got in the 3rd inning, his first non-extra base hit as a right-handed batter. He has 5 hits in 9 at-bats, 3 doubles, a home run, and tonight's single.
And that single would have been a double in any other ballpark.
That's true, yes. From up here, those pitches look so good.
Yeah, that was the backdoor cutter. So he threw him a changeup to start, came in with a fastball, and then tried to strike him out with a backdoor cutter. That's kind of classic David Price.
Fouled away over the Boston dugout. Molitor says of Vargas, he kind of got bypassed in the Twins system. The likes of Rosario and Sano and Buxton.
Yeah, he said he called it lost in the shuffle.
Yeah. And now 2-2, but he's still young enough and reemerged. So far this year, he's been a better hitter in the big leagues than he was in Rochester. 2-2. Got him with an off-speed pitch, a swing and a miss, 1 down.
Change up, that's his best pitch. So get the hitter thinking about hard speed, get him out with a changeup. Where, as I mentioned last inning when Price was pitching, he has a great confidence in his ability to throw the changeup down and on the outside part of the plate, and he doesn't believe that a right-handed hitter can almost by mistake get out and whip that ball against or over the wall. He doesn't want to throw too many pitches on the inside third of the plate because hitters could do that. He got rid of the slider because hitters could flip that over the wall. But if you come in off the plate to right-handers inside and then throw changeups on the outside corner, he thinks he stays away from the monster. And that's how he's changed his style of pitching.
And now 1-2 to Rosario. Rosario with a pair of singles against Price.
Third straight changeup.
That's up the middle. Bogaerts fields. And Rosario has his third hit against David Price. A slowly hit grounder right over the rubber past Price. And Rosario legs out his third single of the night.
Well, he tried to get him with the third straight changeup. Bogaerts makes a really nice play there, but Rosario gets down the line really well and beats that out. And a good at bat for Rosario to hang in there, wait and see the ball with 2 strikes. Didn't hit it hard, but hit it effectively. You got to just make contact as often as you can. Fight the strikeouts.
Centeno up for the second time tonight. Entered the game when Kurt Suzuki took a foul ball off the mask and needed stitches in his chin. Centeno's first plate appearance. The Twins had runners at first and second, 1 down. And Centeno hit a ball sharply to Bogaerts, who turned it into a double play. Checked his swing, 1-1. Price really struggled with his control early on. We mentioned he'd only had 4 walks in his last 7 starts. And he walked 2 guys in his first 11 plate appearances. Another one headed up the middle and past Pedroia. And Rosario running to third base aggressively and reaching there standing up. First and third, 1 down now for Buxton.
2 very nice at bats by left-handed hitters against the tough left-handed David Price. Centeno hanging right in there, staying in the middle of the diamond, rolling it up the middle. Twins had something going first and third here with 1 out in the 6th.
Carl Willis will come to the mound. Price had gotten into a bit of a groove, throwing roughly as many pitches in innings 3, 4, and 5 as he did in the first 2.
I really think the Twins have had a nice plan against him based on the way he wants to pitch, and especially the way he wants to pitch in Fenway. They've made him throw the ball out over the plate. They haven't chased too many pitches inside. They haven't chased or let inside pitches when he has thrown in there affect the rest of their at bat. They've stayed with their plan, get the ball out over the plate, stay mostly in the center of the diamond.
In 5 starts covering 38 1/3 innings, Price had only given up 23 hits to the Twins. And they've already got 10 here tonight. They're out hitting the Red Sox 10-9, but they're trailing by 3 runs. Buxton with a bunt single and a run scored in the 2nd inning.
We looked at Tom Brunansky just a second ago. One of the many things I think he's done extremely well as a hitting coach is have a plan for the guys, for each pitcher that starts for the opposing team.
High to Buxton.
That doesn't mean that it always works. Generally, when it doesn't work, it's because the guys haven't executed against the plan very well.
Right.
But there's always a plan. And I think Bruno has really worked very hard and very well with his guys that way.
Fouled back. Would like to see Buxton drive the ball more consistently, and if he could drive a double here, get the tying run in scoring position. back 1-2.
Pretty good swing right there. That's one of the better swings Byron's had against fastballs. Ball up and out over the plate. You see Byron get the big end of the bat right to it, but just fouled it down.
Can't say that he pulled off on the ball or anything like that.
No, you can see he's moving forward just a little. His head's moving forward just a little bit, and that makes it hard to square the ball up when your head's moving forward. That's what Bruno's working so hard with him on in batting practice.
Taken low, 2-2. Price entered this inning with back-to-back 1-2-3 innings. Rosario and Centeno have singled. Popped up near the tarp. Ramirez over. No play.
Here's what I'm talking about. Watch his head and his front shoulder. You see his head drift forward like that? His head's moving an awful long ways there, and it makes it hard to stay behind a swing. We talked about Brian Dozier and the adjustment that he made, not just trying to hit the ball to right field, but just keeping his head still and behind his swing. When Byron gets to that point, he's going to be a lot more successful too. He's having some good swings. His head's just is drifting forward, and he's carrying the bat to the ball, and it's really hard to catch up when your head's moving forward that far.
2-2 to Buxton, and a drive to right. Rosario setting up for a tag. Martinez fielding the ball in deep right field. That's a good at bat for Buxton. Hit it right on the button. And he'll be credited with a sacrifice fly with Rosario coming in from third.
I think that's the best swing Byron Buxton has had in a long time. I know he's hit some home runs to left field earlier and all, but this swing up, out over the plate, right on the ball. His head, see how less his head moved there? That was really good.
Now the Twins scoring 5 runs.
Here, look at right here. Watch it. His head starts to move forward, then he stops it and makes his swing. It didn't continue to move forward as he was swinging. That's totally different than the other one that we saw. That was really good.
Price out. Now the Twins will try to continue their rally against the Boston bullpen. Praise FM invites you to Faith Night 2016, a post-game event following the August 13th game between the Twins and the Kansas City Royals. You can enjoy the game and then stay for post-game live worship music and appearances by Brian Dozier, Kyle Gibson, and other special guests. For details and tickets, visit twinsbaseball.com/Faith Night. David Price out of the game in the 6th. Twins will get the tying run to the plate here, and Eduardo Nunez facing Clay Buchholz. It's not been a good season for Buchholz, failing in the starter's capacity here in Boston, now pitching out of the bullpen. First pitch strike.
I don't know this to be true. I don't know anything. Haven't talked to John Farrell about this. I don't know. I really don't know anything about it. But I would bet that manager John Farrell of the Red Sox would love to have these continuing bullpen appearances by Buchholz be real legitimate auditions for getting back in the starting rotation. I got to believe that that's a blow, a real blow for their starting rotation plans, that he was not able to hold down the spot.
The contract through this year, the team has an option for next year, and can't imagine them at the price the options established at, that the Red Sox would pick up the option to have him pitch an inning here or two out of the bullpen.
Right. Just seems like he's got to be a starting pitcher.
2 strikes to Nunez. Centeno at first. Nunez with an RBI single in the second. And he got a piece. .81 2/3 innings and 17 home runs allowed by Buchholz. The problem has been easily identified. Buchholz hasn't done a good job of keeping the ball in the ballpark. Another 2-strike pitch to Nunez. Got him. And Nunez slams the helmet and the bat down. Twins get one back but leave one. It's 7-5. Sixth inning, and the Red Sox lucky to have one of the best young shortstops in the game. It'll be Dustin Pedroia leading things off, and then Bogaerts, and then Ortiz. Pedroia with a double and a run scored. 1 for 3. Up and away, ball 1. Twins with 3 left-handed relievers now. We've already seen Boshiers. Rogers in there now. Bod hasn't pitched much as of late. Might see him tonight. And now 2-0.
Twins very much in this game. It's a 2-run ball game here at the bottom of the 6th inning. Taylor Rogers and the rest of the bullpen staff can hold these Red Sox hitters down. No mean feat, but if they can do it, the Twins get right back in this game against the Red Sox bullpen.
2-1.
Not right back in it, but take the lead against this Red Sox bullpen.
down the line. Put a foul ball about 2-3 feet. Ryan Presley warming up. He might be the next guy pitching for the Twins.
Dustin Pedroia just amazes me. When he first started playing ball, just a lot of hitting coaches have said, son, you can't hit that way. You're going to have to change your approach here. You're a little guy. You stride too long. You swing too hard. You try to hit the ball out of the ballpark. You can't hit that way. And the truth of the matter is, he has a long stride. He swings hard. But when he swings, the barrel of the bat goes directly to the ball. He fights with 2 strikes. He hits the ball to right field as well as anybody.
And Rogers pulls the string and strikes him out.
And once in a while he strikes out.
And now Bogaerts, his double play partner now for the last couple of years. He's 23 years old, and he is the oldest of a very good young crop of shortstops in baseball. Addison Russell just 22, Seager, Lindor, Correa just 21. Time will tell, of course, but years ago, shortstop was a very strong position just in the American League with Rodriguez and Jeter and Tejada. You know, those 5 very, very young, and it'll be curious to see how their careers develop.
Well, it does my heart proud and glad to see the young shortstops, the athleticism, the talent that those guys have. They can pick it, they can hit it. Really, really fun players to watch. And this guy is good or better than any of them. This guy is some kind of player.
Rifle shot off the glove of Dozier and into center field. Bogaerts stung that ball.
Yes, he did.
And it's a 1-out single in the 6th. He's got 3 hits again tonight.
Ball out over the plate, goes right with it, and just, I mean, a laser. Ryan's going to his right, trying to backhand that line drive. Couldn't get to it. Ball was just hit too hard.
You know, you used that word last night, laser. I think that's trademarked by Dustin Pedroia here. I don't know whether you can say that word even. It's kind of the laser show with Pedroia at the plate. He hits lasers all over. Here's Ortiz. He's hit a few lasers in his time as well. There's one down the line. Kepler will chase it. Pedroia to third. He'll be held, and Ortiz will be held to a single. Ortiz with 2 singles, a walk, and a sacrifice fly tonight. And Rogers had a clean first inning and is running into trouble in his second inning.
Fastball got a whole bunch of the plate right there. Ortiz seen that pitch a lot in 20 years and is going to hit it most times.
So Rogers was going to be left in through the Ortiz at bat, and if there were men on base, then the change was going to be made. And with 2 men on and 1 out, Rogers will give way to Ryan Presley with 1 out in the 6th inning. it doesn't. Looks like there might be more tonight. Red Sox up by 2, and Ramirez will face Ryan Presley. Ramirez with the biggest swing of the night, a 3-run home run that turned the game around in the second inning.
See the numbers on Presley. He's leading the Twins in innings pitched. He's 5th in the American League. He's pitched a lot. Paul Molitor gives him the ball a lot. Not a ground ball pitcher here necessarily. 1 out and runners on 1st and 3rd, but he can strike the guy out. He's got strikeout kind of stuff occasionally, and so that's going to be his goal here with Ramirez. Or I'm sorry, with Ramirez.
Ooh, nearly got Bogaerts 2 strikes. And maybe it's proper to remind folks that Presley used to be property of the Red Sox. The Twins picked him up in the Rule 5 draft before the 2013 season. And Presley was a failed starter in the Boston organization, but had some success as a reliever, and that's all he's done for the Twins. And in his Rule 5 season, when he had to be with the big league club, he pitched all right. 49 ball games, an ERA of 3.87. Popped up right side. Vargas, Dozier, and Dozier with the catch. And 2 away now. And in his 3 years with the Twins, 13, 14, and 15, 101 appearances. And he may end up with almost that many this year alone. He's been very, very busy. Join us for the first ever Twins Women's Baseball Clinic, sponsored by Mayo Clinic at Target Field. Saturday, July 30th. The exclusive clinic for women provides an inside perspective on what it's like to be a major leaguer at Target Field. It's intended for young adults and adult women interested in improving their baseball skills and having fun at Target Field. No experience necessary. Swing and a miss. Call 612-659-3508 or go to twinsbaseball.com/women's clinic. 1 strike to Jackie Bradley Jr.
Presley got one of the 2 outs he needs to get the Twins out of this inning without any more Red Sox runs. Threw that fastball right by Bradley. See where he goes from here.
Presley has been used a lot, but he's jacked up his velocity significantly. We've seen 94, 95 in years past. We've seen 97 and even 98 this year. Swing and a miss. Slider. Paul Molitor was talking about the increased velocity the Twins have seen in Brandon Kintzler today, their closer. They had scouted 91, 92 miles per hour, and now regularly it's 94, 95, and 96.
Well, regularly 93 with sink and 93, 94 with hard sink. Boy, that was nasty stuff he threw up there last night. I was really impressed with the amount of sink that Kintzler could put on the ball throwing 93, 94. And you're right, we've seen a straight fastball 95 and even 96 from Kintzler.
1-2 to Bradley. Squirted, going to be a tough play. Sano, bare hands, rockets his throw off target. And now a throwing error by Sano. And Dozier, I think, will tag Brady. No, he's not even going to bother tagging him. Sano had time. With his strong throw, he would have gotten him, but his throw was off target. And Bogaerts will come in from 3rd base.
Well, a really good pitch there by Presley. Sano, we've seen make really good plays, barehanding on charging balls here. And it was going to be a close play. We don't know with that throw, with a good throw, whether we had him. I agree with Dick. I think he might have gotten him.
Give him a hit. I would have ruled it an error, but Aaron Hill will bat, and the Red Sox get the run back that the Twins scored in the top of this inning.
Well, I'm not sure the officials.
They did change it to an error.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what the official score was looking at. I thought he was going to get him with a good throw, so that's what they have to base it on. Tough luck for Presley there. He did his job. He got Ramirez to pop up, and he got right off the end of the bat to Jackie Bradley Jr. They just couldn't put it away.
And now low, 2-0. As the scoreboard would suggest, the Twins haven't played a real tight ball game in the field. Rosario with a bobble in left field. Sano with no play and a pop up in the skin of the infield. And now a throwing error, and the ball added up to be additional runs for the Red Sox. And now 3-0 to Hill.
There's a lot of things that go together. Ricky Nolasco threw an awful lot of balls in relationship to the total pitches that he threw, getting behind hitters and walking guys. Not sharp in the field, as you're saying.
Now Presley, a 4-pitch walk, and the bases are loaded. The Twins have gotten back into the game here. Neil Allen's going to come to the mound, try to settle Presley and get him back into the strike zone. Twins got a run. It made things interesting at the top of this inning, and now the run's been given back and a chance for the Red Sox to blow it open here.
I think Neil's telling him this. Remember what you just did. You had a really good hitter in Ramirez. You pitched him great and popped him up. And you had a really good hitter in Jackie Bradley Jr. And you got 2 quick strikes on him and got him off the end of the bat. Should have been out of the inning. So you've done a great job with your normal stuff. Don't be trying to do anything more. Don't be throwing balls because you're trying to throw it 106 miles an hour or throw the perfect slider. You already proved that your stuff is good enough to get these guys out.
Leone 0 for 2 with a walk. Fouled away, 1 strike. In the dirt, scooped up by Centeno, 1-1.
Good curveball there.
Called strike 1 and 2. On the ground, Dozier bobbles it, recovers, throws, got it. Red Sox get 1, leave the bases full, and the lead's back to 3. T-Mobile, greater coverage of baseball, greater coverage of the major leagues. And so far today, Mark Trumbo has already hit his 30th home run of the year. Max Scherzer with another very good outing. Pretty good 1-2 punch the Nationals have with Scherzer and Strasburg. Jose Fernandez against the Mets. 75 strikeouts, second in the major leagues. And right here, a wild game. Twins actually scoring several years worth of runs against David Price.
You bet.
And they're still down by 3 runs.
I got to believe you told Paul Molitor that they'd have David Price out of the game in the 6th inning with 5 runs scored. They'd probably have taken that in a heartbeat.
Grossman will lead things off against Buchholz. And a strike. Buchholz got the last out of the 6th. Twins had the tying run at the plate and Nunez. Grossman hit a wind-blown triple against Price in the 1st inning, then walked in the 2nd. Hit a fly ball to right in the 4th. Out in front of the off-speed pitch, 2 strikes. Grossman, Sano, and Dozier. Mentioned the Red Sox have had a real good month of July, 12-4. Bullpen a big part of it. They've had some really good relief work in the month of July. And now 1-2. Fouled back. Now 2-2.
We talked about plans against certain pitchers that the Twins team has the lineup has as a team. Speaking of plans, one thing Robbie Grossman does as well as anybody is have a real good plan to get a good pitch to hit when he goes up there. He doesn't always hit it. But you don't see him swinging at bad balls. And he gets a lot of walks because of it.
Aaron Hill with the catch, run away. Run or skate in the RBC Race for the Kids Minnesota Half Marathon and 6K benefiting Ronald McDonald House Charities Upper Midwest. Saturday, August 6th. For more details, visit foxsportsnorth.com and click on upcoming events. 1 down. Here's Sano. A walk, a single, and a comebacker to the mound. Ball 1. And raises his hands and takes a breaking ball for a strike. 1-1. What we haven't seen from Sano this year that I think a lot of Twins are anxious to see because they believe he has the ability to do it. The ability to carry the team for a while offensively.
He could probably do it, just about do it physically. It's a big man.
Right.
He will at some point in time, and probably in the not too distant future, we'll see lots of streaks where he carries his club offensively.
Again, breaking ball, and he raises his arms and takes it for a strike. 2-2.
2 sharp breaking balls there. Starts out up at his hands and breaks back over the plate. Good curveballs.
Three and 2. Dozier on deck. Twins didn't score in 3 straight innings. Got a run on the board here, and Snow would like to get a board for Dozier, who homered in the game last night. Base hit to left field. Second hit of the night. Sano with 2 singles and a walk. And Dozier will come to the plate with a man aboard. Carsoup.com trivia question: who's got the Twins' highest career batting average here at Fenway? I said Carew, you said Oliva. 376.
Man, 376.
Over what? 13 years.
You think Tony didn't put dents in the monster? Tony hit. Speaking of lasers, Tony could hit lasers all over the ballpark.
Dozier takes outside a ball. Tony Oliva, Torrey Hunter, Rod Carew, Harmon, Roy Smalley.
Who's that other? Who's that number 5 spot? I love playing here.
Harmon loved playing here.
Oh,
just
I would
the
imagine.
326 batting average speaks to that. He often told the story about, of course, he signed with the Washington Senators and saw his home ballpark, and it was 405.
Yeah, I was going to say, wasn't that a mile to left field? Yeah.
405, and then he said in his first road trip he came here and he thought, why didn't I sign with Boston? Foul back. And it's 1-2 to Dozier.
Tactical error. Harmon's part. His career turned out really badly.
Yeah, the Red Sox scout assigned to the state of Idaho probably got fired on the spot.
Yep.
Tommy Lane warming up. Kepler on deck. 1-2 to Dozier. Twins need a jolt here. Strikeout and a near pickoff with Sano diving back to the bag. Dozier strikes out, and then we'll bring up Kepler.
Something you don't see a lot of. Brian Dozier swinging and missing a high fastball. Usually very good up there. Leon has shown the propensity, the willingness to throw the ball around the bases, trying to pick runners off. Almost had Sano there.
Fox Tracks was presented by Carrier. Here's Kepler, 1 for 3 on the night. Up and away, ball 1. And a strike. I still get the sense when I'm here that I had the first time I came here a long time ago. This ballpark almost gives you an optical illusion because of the big fence in left that's so close to home plate, and then the short fence in right that is so far away. I mean, the fence in right field is what, 4 feet tall? Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2.
So, but it's the optical illusion is what?
It's like you go to a carnival and you look in one of those weird mirrors that distorts everything. How can the same ballpark that has this huge fence in left have such a short fence so far away?
Well, you see, that was the idea because it's short, so you have to have a high wall, and then it's deep, so you have to have a short. So that's
okay.
That's kind of the purpose of why they do it.
Okay.
Now, why the old Yankees in the old days in Yankee Stadium, they had that short right field fence with a fence
180 feet from home plate.
It was 200 feet from down the right field line, and the fence was short also. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
1-2 to Kepler. The Red Sox with 2 strikes have a pull shift in the infield for Kepler. Yeah, weird swing, but he got a piece to stay alive.
See, I like that weird swing, and I'll tell you why. He's waiting a long time to make sure he's not way out in front of curveball or changeup or something, and he got beat on a fastball. You see right here, up and in. He just said, "Okay, fight it off." Ooh, he just says, "Oh man," he almost threw that ball by him. But he's willing to have funny-looking swings in order to just fight it off with 2 strikes.
Just outside, 2-2.
Very close pitch, 2-2. And they wanted it, but I'd be mad if the umpire called me out on that pitch.
2-2 to Kepler. A drive to right. Retreating is Martinez. And on the warning track, can't make the play, and it bounces off the wall. It's in play. Rounding third, Sano is coming home. Kepler to third with an RBI triple. It's the second triple for the Twins, and in each case, Martinez looked like he got there, reached for the ball, but didn't catch it.
And that triple right there on the curveball to Kepler was the reason why he had that funny swing before, or the funny swing before allowed him to have this good swing here. See, with 2 strikes, he gets a curveball there, and he's not fooled by it because he's waiting to see what it is. He's willing to be beaten on the fastball, but he doesn't get a fastball, as Martinez kind of messed that play up to Kepler's advantage. But I think the big news is there that we just saw a really, really great at bat by a young hitter that's going to be terrific.
Now Vargas represents the tying run. He takes a fastball for a strike. Kepler in his first series at Fenway Park has 5 hits. Talked about that short wall in right field. It was just tall enough to catch that first hop and keep it in play.
Yep.
And now Vargas will try to hit out of an 0-2 hole. And a half swing foul ball. Pull shift on for Vargas. Twins have one big 2-out hit here in the 7th. Kepler could take a 50-foot lead from third base. Right now he's got a 30-foot lead. Checked his swing. No swing. Honestly, you got Bogaerts, who's playing in a standard shortstop position, and Kepler can inch his way almost halfway to home plate. There's no reason.
There's no reason not to.
A little pop fly down the left field line. Holt running, sliding, and dropping the ball. Kepler scores. Vargas to second base, and he's in with a double. And the Twins get another big 2-out hit on a play that Holt nearly made, but didn't, and it's a 1-run game. So Martinez could have made the catch on Kepler's drive, but didn't. Holt could have made the catch on the pop fly off the bat of Vargas, but he didn't make the play.
Vargas doing a good job of protecting again. Hits it in the perfect spot. Holt might have made that play. It would have been a terrific play had he made it.
Well, the Twins back in this game, and the Red Sox helping a little bit here in the 7th, and Buchholz will leave, having given up 2 runs. game and a lot of scoring and hitting.
A lot of stuff going on. Here we see Kurt Suzuki driving in Eddie Rosario. Byron Buxton lays down a bunt to get the runner over from second to third. The ball goes down the right field line. He goes all the way to third base. Later on, Eduardo Nunez would drive him in, but the Red Sox would come back with a whole bunch of hitting. Take a 6-4 lead, then a 7-4 lead. The Twins kept fighting back. Hanley Ramirez with the big blow against Ricky Nolasco, a 3-run shot. It was 7-4, but the Twins are threatening again now. As we're in the top of the 7th right now, with the score 8-7, and a new pitcher on for John Farrell and the Red Sox.
Laying the left-hander against Rosario, swing and a miss. Rosario's 3 for 3 against the left-handed starter David Price, and now they'll try to get a big 2-out hit against a left-handed reliever, Tommy Lane. He's been a part of a really good bullpen. He's getting a run in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, and a hit to the outfield might score Vargas in the tying run. Here's a line shot and a base hit. Vargas to third. He'll be waved around. Here's the throw from Bradley coming through. Out at the plate. And we'll see if Vargas and the Twins challenge. Vargas tried to sweep his right hand around and touch the plate. And we've got a real good view of it. And he may have gotten his right hand on the plate before the tag. I think he's going to be safe. I think the Twins are going to challenge. A nice attempt by Leon, but he never made contact with Vargas. I'm not sure he ever did tag him. Does Leon tag Vargas?
Not yet, not yet, not yet. It's going to be close because he got him on the left hand as his right hand was touching the plate, and it will be up to the replay official to see which came first.
If Vargas's fingertips swept across the plate, the game is tied. Rosario 4 hits in 4 at-bats against left-handed pitching.
Safe.
The replay shown here, the one we've shown you twice, and it looks apparent to us that Vargas is safe.
We showed that view already, the one that you're talking about. They're showing on the big screen here at the stadium. You see Tom Bernanke said, yeah, safe. He just looked at the same thing I did when I said safe.
And we're off center, right, not right behind home plate. We've got a perfect view of it.
Yeah, we had a great view of it. Yep. And you made the call right in real time. I think you were right on.
So we think the game will be tied. That's a pretty good slide for a big man to make.
That's a great slide.
The throw a little bit offline. Leon did what he could, but Vargas getting high fives in the dugout. Watch this slide. Here's the verdict. Safe.
Yes,
the game
sir.
is tied. The Twins get 3 straight 2-out hits here in the 7th to tie the game, and Rosario having himself quite a night.
How about Eddie Rosario? My goodness, what a ball game.
4 for 4 against lefties.
Against left-handers. Looks exactly like the Eddie Rosario we saw the second half of last year without the great number of swings at bad balls. He's getting good balls to hit and getting base hits.
4 hits in the inning, and the Twins have tied the game up at 8. And Centeno will bat. Wrapped into a double play in the 3rd, his first plate appearance after subbing for Suzuki, and then a single in the 6th. Centeno had to enter the game. Suzuki had to leave to get stitches in his chin after taking a foul tip. Strike 1. Centeno chops on left side, nobody there. Rosario will hold at 3rd. A smart play by Rosario with Bogaerts coming over to cut that ball off. And a good play by Bogaerts to keep that ball in the infield. Otherwise, Rosario would have scored the go-ahead run.
Well, again, you have a left-handed hitter against a left-handed pitcher fighting it off. You see Bogaerts come a long way to keep that ball from going to the outfield. Rosario knows right away where the fielders are, and he's got home plate on his mind. Gene Glynn has the view of the shortstop there and holds him up.
I've always said that some of the best fielding plays are plays where outs aren't recorded. What incredible range by Bogaerts, who was way over on the right side of the infield, and he was able to cut that chopper off. Here's Buxton. Down and in.
And chopper is the operative word there that you used, Dick, because if that ball had been hit low, he would have had to at least dive for it. The fact the ball was bouncing high made it easier for him to get there.
1-0 to Buxton. One single, a run score to come back here to the mound, and a really good at bat that ended up with a sacrifice line drive to right field. "28 hits in this game, 16 by the Twins. Buxton takes ball 2. Martinez had a ball sail over his head. Holt went into a slide. Didn't make a catch. And the Twins taking advantage here in the 7th. 2-0 to Buxton.
I'm always amazed at some of the throws to first base the pitchers make in the funniest situations.
Bogaerts came in and talked to his pitcher about something right before that. Buxton takes ball 3.
Well, I mean, Juan Centeno's not going to steal second base in the best of situations. Yeah. I don't know.
3-0 to Buxton. See if he's taking here. A 4-pitch walk loads him up for Nunez. 5 straight batters have reached after the second out. And here comes John Farrell for another pitching change. His bullpen's been very reliable. Not here tonight. Colts had problems starting the 7th inning. Now Lane doesn't retire a batter. And we've got a tie game with the Twins threatening to retake the lead. Had a couple of 3-run leads, and the Twins have scored 3 times here in the 7th to tie the game. You can see it's been a combined effort, but how about Eddie Rosario, 4 for 4 against left-handed pitching. And the Twins, after the second out this inning, have gone triple, double, single, walk. And Nunez will have a chance to retake the lead for the Twins. He'll be the 9th man to bat this inning, and he'll face Heath Hembree.
See the numbers on Hembree? he's, as Dick said, part of a bullpen that's been very, very good for the Red Sox, and now even without Tazawa and Uehara. Picked up the slack, pitching well. We got a guy up there right now for the Twins that likes being in situations like this. It's a good situation for Eduardo Nunez. Bases loaded. That center of the diamond approach he has, he's a little bit cranky right now. Eduardo Nunez is. He's
fouled back. He has struck out twice in a row, and in the 6th inning with a man on, he represented the tying run. He struck out swinging and slammed both his helmet and his bat down to the ground.
Yeah, he's a little cranky the way the Twins played played defense, and what he's failed to do in a couple of times up. Not real happy. But he's in attack mode right here.
1 strike from Hembree to Nunez. 1-1. Drove in a run. Nunez did with a 2nd inning single. The Twins scored 3 times to take a 4-1 lead on David Price. That was in the 2nd inning about 7 hours ago. 1-1. Foul back. It's 1-2.
Talking about this ballpark, and there have been a lot of Fenway Park hits and doubles that might not be doubles, singles that would have been doubles other places because of other ballparks because of the wall. Max Kepler hit a triple on a ball that's a home run just about everywhere else, but he hit it to the deepest part of this park except for way out there in right center. Straightaway right field, hit the ball 380 feet. It wasn't a home run. This is a funny ballpark.
1-2, and now 2-2. The ball rolling away from Leon. Twins have some speed at third and a lot of speed at first. And Hembree wants to get Nunez on this pitch. He doesn't want to fill the count with the bases loaded and set the carousel in motion.
Speaking about that speed at first base, if Nunez would hit one in the gap, there's a chance that Byron Buxton could catch Centeno. He's leading off a second right now.
2-2. Full count, and now they'll all get early starts. Nunez not one to draw a lot of walks, but he's got to show some discipline here. Drawn 13 walks and struck out 52 times. High hopper over the mound into center field. Nunez delivers. 2 runs will score, and the Twins retake the lead. A 2-run single for Eduardo Nunez. Rosario and Centeno score. 6 straight men have reached after the 2nd out.
Classic at bat by Eduardo Nunez. Tough pitch, slider, cutter on the outside corner. As I mentioned, the center of the diamond approach that he has enables him to get out there to that ball, ground it up the middle, drive in 2 huge runs.
So much for plate discipline. That pitch was a foot outside, and he, instead of drawing a walk, got a 2-run single. And now Grossman has started this inning by popping up to Hill. Strike on the outside corner. Grossman tripled in the first, walked in the second, fly ball in the fourth, and the pop up earlier this inning. 17 hits for the Twins, and they've got a 10-8 lead. Now here with the runners on the corners, the two fastest men on the team. Buxton at third, Nunez at first.
Well, 90 feet doesn't even count for Byron Buxton.
Nunez goes, and there is no throw. So Nunez trots into second with a stolen base. And the count 1-1 now to Grossman. Just a small thing, but with Buxton's speed, you'd be stunned if Leone even threw in that situation.
No, yeah, no chance.
Misplay on a throw to second, Buxton would have come home easily. On the outside corner, 1-2. Gonna walk and 5 2-out hits here in the seventh. Grossman looking for one more hit. So high fly foul into the upper level here down the left field line. The inning could have ended when Vargas was called out at the plate. Twins challenge, won the challenge. That tied the game, and the Twins have added 2 more.
Don't know what happened with the potential challenge they had earlier in the game, but it turned out good that they didn't use one and lose, because they wouldn't have been able to challenge this one at the plate.
We'll have to find out. It seemed like there might have been a technical issue and they couldn't challenge a call earlier. Tapped up the line. Although this is in the 7th inning, and having spent your challenge, you can ask the umpires to take a look at it, and then it's up to the umpire's discretion to whether they will or not. Had a ball game after a 2-1 nail biter last night. Another 2-2 to Grossman. Another foul ball. He's the 10th man to bat this inning, and this will be his 8th pitch. Red Sox have been in the field a long time. Their 3rd pitcher of the inning. Another foul ball. I think I know the answer to this, but when you have these long at bats, it just seems like it's advantage hitter, isn't it?
I think for the most part. The only problem, the only way it's not, is that sometimes in these long at bats, you've gotten some really good pitches to hit and didn't hit them, and that's a problem. But for the most part, the more pitches you see, the better you get.
And finally, he pulls the string and strikes out Grossman. Some clutch 2-out hitting and an impressive slide by Kenny Vargas. Bottom line, the Twins have a 2-run lead thanks to Eduardo Nunez. That didn't last long. Now Ryan Presley, who came into the game to put out a rally in the 6th, now will get the 7th inning, or at least the start of it, and he delivers ball 1 to Michael Martinez. Martinez is 0 for 2, but his walk with 1 out in the 2nd spelled the beginning of the end for Ricky Nolasco, who only lasted 2 innings. There's a strike on the outside corner, 1-1. Each team has had a 5-run inning. Red Sox had theirs in the 2nd. Twins now have had their 5-run inning in the top of this inning.
Red Sox 5 runs helped by a 3-run home run by Ramirez, whereas the Twins, a lot of great 2-out hitting.
On the ground foul. It'll be Martinez, Holt, and Pedroia here in the 7th inning. Fernando Abad getting loose. And a pitch down and in. Martinez runs to first, and Centeno lobs it over his shoulder for the strikeout, 1 away. Follow Twins Baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. You can customize at-bat to feature the Twins. Stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Blackout and other restrictions apply, so download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. 1 down here in the 7th, and now Brock Holt. 2 singles, 2 runs scored early on since the 2nd inning, a strikeout and a foul out to Sano. Coming into this half inning, there have been over 300 pitches thrown in this game. On the ground left side, Nunez sets, 2 down. Holt can run. You can understand why the Red Sox like him. He can play a lot of different positions, and he is an athlete getting down the line. 2 down.
And Nunez can rush it over there from shortstop too. That's fun to watch. The Twins can throw the ball around the infield. All 3 guys out there, second, short, and third, can rifle the ball for their respective positions.
2 down. And here is Pedroia. No Twins pitchers had a 1. I beg your pardon. In the 5th inning, Taylor Rogers had a 1-2-3 inning. Pedroia, a double in 4 trips. Big left for the Twins if Presley can get through the 7th. And then you can leave Abad for the 8th, and presumably Kinsler for the 9th if the Twins still have the lead. 1-0. 1-1. That staggers Centeno, who literally falls back into the arms of Clint Fagan.
Pedroia's done it twice. He's done it to each catcher.
It was a Pedroia foul tip low into the mask of Suzuki that caused Suzuki to leave the game with a cut on his chin. He has taken stitches. Almost the same spot.
Exactly. Unbelievable.
Low in the mask, and that's exactly where Suzuki got hit and took a slice out of his chin. Twins emergency catchers Eduardo Escobar,
and he doesn't want any part of it, I guarantee you. He will if he has to.
1-2. A foul. Pedroia's at bat back in the second inning. This happened. That created a cut on Suzuki's chin that required stitches. Now outside 2-2. Escobar says, yeah, no problem, man.
No, you know what he was saying? He was saying, Centeno, get up, get up. You're fine, get up.
Foul back. Joe Mauer is also on the bench, and every time the Twins have a situation like this, some people think there is a chance that Joe Mauer would go back behind the plate. There's just as good a chance, Roy, of you getting behind the plate as there is Joe Mauer.
Then we know it's Escobar.
2-2. And now a full count with Bogaerts on deck. Given Bogaerts and what he's done to the Twins in this season series, the last thing they want to do is walk Pedroia here. If he hits his way on, that's one thing. But the Twins just have not been able to get Bogaerts out. Full count to the Boston second baseman. Foul ball.
Well, I would just say, to your point, you're absolutely right about not walking Pedroia here, about making him hit his way on. And I'd maintain that you have to do that for everybody in all situations. The arithmetic, the math, the odds just don't add up if you walk people. You have to make guys who, the best of whom, make 7 out of 10 outs. You just have to make them string a whole bunch of hits together. You have to make everybody hit to get on.
And another foul ball. Presley faced 4 batters in the 6th. So he's maxing out here with his pitch count spread over parts of 2 innings in the low 30s. That's why we were saying really nice if he could wrap things up here and let Abad start the 8th inning.
Pedroia with another long at bat. He's another Boston hitter that can really do that, really extend at bats, fighting. And I think I mentioned that earlier. He just has the ability to late in counts to keep spoiling good pitches, as does Bogaerts behind him.
Driven hard to center field, and he's hit his way aboard. Great at bat, and Pedroia's aboard, and Bogaerts will come to the plate. With 2 out, the Red Sox start a rally. Bogaerts held in check last night, but he's got 3 more hits tonight. And great plate coverage, and he's done a little bit of everything.
Well, we said earlier he's kind of a diver. You can see that middle of the plate and out over the plate is where he has been best. He open stance, steps toward the plate, dives to the out there over the middle and outer part of the plate. The hot zones just showed you.
Look at this. 17 hits in 6 games. Well, he's already got his 3 hits. He's averaging 3 hits roughly a game against the Twins, and he's already got 3 tonight. 1-1. Presley pitching in his 48th game. One of his longer outings of the season. To left. Rosario will play the bounce. The throw should come to second base, and does. Pedroia didn't dare even try for third. And now Ortiz will have a chance, and we'll see whether the Twins make a pitching change. 4 hits tonight for Bogaerts. And here comes Paul Molitor to bring the left-hander in.
Well, let's watch where these pitches are. Starts out fastball pretty much down the middle, just inside, misses away. Now Bogaerts knows he's going out over the plate. And you see him dive in. He wants the ball middle to out. He dives forward toward the plate and then spins the ball to left field. Until you give this man right here, Xander Bogaerts, a steady diet of fastballs inside, he's going to eat you up.
Abad will come in to try to get Ortiz.
Ortiz, and here's a scouting report from Neil Allen as far as what Abad needs to do. He says if you're going to go in on Ortiz, you better get it in. Veteran pitchers almost have to play games with him because he's so smart and he's already going to know your game plan. You have to stay off the middle of the plate and be very careful down and in. When you do go inside, you go inside for effect and you go inside twice. So that first strike is key because that lets you double up with those two inside pitches. We'll see if Abad can get it done. Guys?
And Abad, who hasn't pitched in a week, will come in to try to get Ortiz and maybe try to get some outs in the 8th inning as well. David Ortiz still hitting left-handers at a .270 clip, but he has not hit for much power against left-handed pitching. Just 3 of his 24 home runs have been against lefties. He's averaging about a home run every 11 at-bats against right-handed pitching. Less than half of that against lefties.
Great scouting report there by Audra Martin. Just absolutely right on how you have to pitch David Ortiz. We'll see that this is the all-important pitch. Can he get ahead?
On the outside corner.
That's beautiful right there. That's a great pitch to get ahead. Now, based on what Audra said, Neil Allen said, let's see if he has the ability, especially after having not pitched in a while, to go in there hard inside a couple of times. See if that's the plan or if he goes right back out to that breaking ball.
1 strike to Ortiz.
There's the first one. Nice. So far, right according to plan. Get ahead through a great breaking ball on the outside corner. Come in hard. Now Neil wants him to come in there again since he's already ahead. Double up in there. Come in there again. Then you can go back to the outside corner with that breaking ball.
Deep, put foul. 1 and 2. 6 prior meetings between Ortiz and Abad, and Ortiz is 1 for 6. 1 was a home run.
So far going exactly the way Audra predicted it would based on her conversation with Neil Allen. I love the approach. So you get ahead with that really good breaking ball, come in hard twice. Now, you've got to believe that that first pitch curveball right now is going to get it. We went away with a fastball.
At 95, and Ortiz flipped it foul.
Just elevated in the strike zone just a little bit. Knee high probably gets him, and I still believe that curveball would have got him.
One and 2. To left field, to the corner, down for a hit. It'll score one. Rosario getting the ball in quickly. Ortiz to second. He's in with a double. And the Red Sox get 3 straight 2-out hits, and they're back within 1.
He had him set up, and then he hung the curveball. Just had it perfect approach with Ortiz, just according to his pitching coach's plan, and then couldn't get that curveball down and away like he did on the first ball pitch. Here it is. Here's the at-bat. Great first strike. Curveball on the corner. Now come in hard. Now his pitching coach says, go in there again. He does that. All Ortiz can do is hit it foul. Right there. Now he elevated 2 pitches. You see that breaking ball right in the middle of the zone.
Rosario able to get the ball in quickly. His throw to third base allowed Ortiz to go to second. And now Ramirez, who clobbered a 3-run home run back in the second inning.
You have to throw that ball to third in that situation. If he had thrown it to second, we've just seen Bogaerts too good a base runner and too fast. He'd have kept right on going and scored if he threw it to second.
Ramirez will be intentionally walked to fill the bases. Without suggesting for a moment that this has been a well-played game, this sure has been an interesting game.
It has not been all that well played in terms of crispness in the field and on the mound, but it's been an entertaining, fun game to watch. A lot of stuff going on. You're right.
So now they're loaded up for Bradley. Red Sox have left the bases full twice already tonight, and now Abad will try to leave the bases full a third time. Twins stringing together all those 2-out hits to take a 2-run lead. And now the Red Sox have had 4 batters reach in a row after the second out. Bradley holding his own, to say the least, against lefties. Strike 1. Abad, the 5th relief pitcher used by the Twins. They have May and Kinsler left. Bradley's reached all 4 times. Hit by a pitch in the first, a couple of hits. Actually, he's got 3 hits. I think they gave him a hit on the Sano error. Fly ball right field. And Kepler stands, waits, and ends the inning. For the 3rd time tonight, the Red Sox have left the bases full. We head to the 8th with the Twins up a run. Apparently, this is the word that we are getting regarding a Sale situation. Sano leading things off here in the 8th inning. He was not fond of the fact that his start tonight fell on throwback jersey night, where the White Sox were supposed to wear throwback jerseys. He felt they were uncomfortable, didn't want to pitch in them, so he cut the uniform up. Some reports said that he cut his teammates' uniforms up during batting practice. Had a confrontation with a front office staffer. You can imagine the marketing people and the promotional people have been planning this since January. And the White Sox said, well, go home then.
I've heard that before. I mean,
in high school.
Right.
1-1 to Sano. There's a drive to left field. It's high. It is deep. It is gone. A home run. Sano with his 3rd hit. And the lead is back to 2.
So much of the time you see, and he just points to the dugout as he rounded third base. Somebody told him something, suggested something, or he said, see, I told you so. But so many times you see a good hitter, as we watch the pitch and the swing, so many times we see a home run hitter get going by hitting the ball up the middle and the other way. He had 4 or 5 hits in a row in the center of the diamond this series, and then he gets his home run pitch and hits it over the big green monster.
Leads back to 2, and now Dozier swings and misses. Here are the Twins with 11 runs on 18 hits, and Dozier is 0 for 3. He did drive in a run with a fly ball. Foul ball into the seats here, and it's 0-2.
I don't know that I can call this a typical Fenway game, but it is a normal Fenway game, but it is an oft occurring Fenway game. There's no lead safe in this ballpark. You just have to keep getting runs and keep getting runs.
2 strikes to Dozier. And off the plate 1-2.
It's games like the first one and this one in this series that make a 2-1 game like last night so amazing to watch in this park. You know, guys on both teams were doing some pitching yesterday.
Yeah. There's a drive to left off the bat of Dozier.
Get up.
High off the wall. Dozier digs for second, and he'll have a double. Again, at Target Field, that lands in the bullpen, but here it's a double. And Embry hearing it from the Fenway unfaithful.
That's a home run most places. Kepler's triple is a home run most places.
Brian picking up in the 8th inning, right where they left off in the 7th.
Yeah, Brian gets a curveball and right in the middle of the plate and drills it off the monster. Good swing by Brian.
Twins lead by 2. 20 runs have scored here tonight, just 3 last night. hits. He's just hit his 15th home run of the year. Twins have 19 hits, and now everybody's got one with Dozier's double. Kepler with a couple of hits, but the offensive star is Eddie Rosario, who's 4 for 4 against lefties. Kepler got a single against David Price in the first, and a triple in the 7th. Kepler shows a bunt and takes ball 1.
It's amazing to me. I'm going to say this on behalf of Max Kepler. There are right-handed relievers in the American League. Kepler doesn't seem to ever see one, but there are. I'm going to go down and tell him after the game. Trust me, you'll get a right-handed reliever.
Fly ball to center, and Dozier setting up for a possible tag. And there'll be no tag with Bradley's strong arm. My goodness. One down. Kepler fails to advance Dozier. That'll bring up Vargas. What an arm by Jackie Bradley Jr.
Yes, he's got a great arm out there. He's a really good center fielder. Runs really well. He's a good athlete. Able to really go get the ball, catch it under a lot of different circumstances, and he can fire.
Vargas will hit right-handed. He's 2 for 4. He hit a pop fly as a left-handed batter down the left field line. Holt went into a slide, was in position to make the catch, but he didn't make the catch. And then the Twins after that went single, single, walk, single, and took a 2-run lead. Pedroia trying to keep Dozier close at second. An off-speed pitch over for strike 1. That gets away, and Dozier will get third base. And the at-bats just change now for Vargas, and it might force the Red Sox to bring the infield in.
It absolutely will. They can't afford to give up any more runs, any cheap runs. They have to try to cut it off.
The infield is in. 2 strikes to Vargas.
Now Vargas' job just to make contact.
Pass
Battle
ball,
with 2 strikes.
Pass ball charge to Leon. Down and in.
He can afford to wait a long time on fastballs to identify not swinging a bad ball. He can muscle a fastball over this infield. Wait on it and see it.
Just off the outside corner. 2-2. Did miss by much, if at all. Bouncer right to Pedroia. Dozier has to stay put. 2 down. Well, Rosario, who's got 4 hits against left-handed pitching, will look for a 5th.
You think they're walking?
No activity in the Twins pen, so Abad will be asked to pick up some outs, maybe all 3 of them in the 8th.
Kinsler's pitched a lot lately. I know that I got to believe Paul doesn't want to have him in the game if he can help it. So Abad's got to go the 8th and allow May to have the 9th, most likely. I don't know how often.
Rosario's hit by a pitch. And that'll bring up Centeno. Just curious.
I wonder how if Kinsler's available. I know Paul.
Well, he's pitched 3 of the last 4 games.
Right.
He did not pitch here 2 nights ago.
Well, this is just, he just loses this one.
Breaking ball hit him in the thigh.
Yep.
Centeno with hits his last 2 times up.
Both against left-handed pitching as well.
Suzuki got an RBI double and a run scored before he left the game. Centeno chops it foul. had 34 hits in this game and 20 runs have scored.
It's another night at Fenway.
Dribbler, easy play. Ross throws him out. The inning starts with a pair of extra base hits, including Miguel Sano's 15th home run of the year. And the Twins have a 2-run lead. Starting the 8th inning, a first pitch strike on the outside corner to Aaron Hill. Hill is 0 for 3 with a walk. Then Leone and Martinez are scheduled. Betts didn't start because of a knee injury. Brent, Hannigan, and Shaw are the bench players for the Red Sox. And now the inside corner. Abad should be well rested since he hasn't pitched in a week. Up and away.
Abad's got a good fastball tonight. We're seeing 94 and 95. He's got good movement.
Kinsler would not be doing that unless he was getting ready for the 9th inning, one would think.
Well, I'm surprised.
Driven to right. Kepler retreats a few steps short of the track, gathers it in, one away. And that'll bring up Leone.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Minnesota Twins, LLC. I'm surprised. Kinsler's pitched 3 out of the last 4 games. High stress situation last night. Quite a few pitches. I'm not surprised that Paul wants him out there. Just, I wonder how durable he is. That's a lot. That's a lot of work.
First pitch missing. Ball 1 to Leone. 0 for 3. A strikeout, 2 ground balls, and a walk. Now a foul back. Brad Ziegler warming up. Over to the Red Sox, the Diamondbacks. foul, and now Abad working ahead 1-2. Two and two. Twins have used both Shears, Rogers, and Abad from the left side. Presley, Tonkin from the right side. Struck him out. 2 down.
71-mile-an-hour changeup. He's throwing a 95-mile-an-hour fastball to get to 2 strikes. Throws him an 80-mile-an-hour changeup for a ball, and then a 71-mile-an-hour changeup, and Leon can't believe it.
Tell you what, Centeno threw the ball harder to Sano after the strikeout than Abad did to get the strikeout.
By 16 miles an hour.
Brents will hit for Michael Martinez. Over for strike one.
You know, we talk about getting ahead with strike one, and you have to do it with a quality strike. There's a way to get ahead of a hitter with a quality strike. A pinch hitter comes up, been on the bench the whole game, looking for a fastball, throw a curveball in there to get a strike, get ahead. These guys are first ball fastball hitters, and you try to throw fastballs on the corners to get ahead. The other option is to drop a really nice curveball in there, strike one.
That's hit to left, down the line. Rosario in the corner, puts it away. And Abad has a 1-2-3 8th inning.
Great inning for Abad to set up a Kinsler appearance in the ninth. Let's get some more runs for him.
Well, it's been an interesting ball game to say the least. Twins fans who were here last night saw a 2-1 ball game, have seen the Twins take a 11-9 lead here going to the 9th inning. Brad Ziegler facing Byron Buxton, and that sinker at the knees, strike one.
Red Sox went out and got Ziegler.
Kimbrel went on the disabled list.
Kimbrel went down, yep.
Just missing 1-1.
See the numbers there. A few more walks than you'd want your closer to have.
But keeping the ball down. Just one home run allowed. Brents is in left field now. And Holt moves over to right. And Buxton's gone 1 away. One down, and that'll bring up Eduardo Nunez. Nunez with a big 2-run single in the 7th inning. He's driven in 3 runs tonight. That is up the line, foul. Twins roster has just a handful of at-bats. Nunez has faced Ziegler once. There's Kinsler getting loose for the bottom of the 9th. Joe Mauer's 3 for 3 against Ziegler. Swing and a miss. Nunez. His follow through almost tipping over. 0-2. Nice. A lot of right angles in that position. 1.5 foot outside. Two and 2. Grossman on deck. Fly ball center field. Bradley's out there. Out number 2. That'll bring up Grossman with the bases empty. It's setting up for Kinsler to face the top of the Boston lineup, and that's who he had to face last night. It was Martinez in the leadoff spot, not Holt. 0-2, but then Pedroia and Bogarts, and well, wouldn't it be ideal if the inning didn't go beyond that, and so he wouldn't have to face Ortiz and Ramirez again. That's strike 3, but it gets away from Leone, and Grossman will reach on a strikeout.
Well, that's not what I had in mind. I was just going to say, really would like to see Grossman get a hit or a walk here and give the big man one more shot here in the top of the 9th before Kinsler has to face the top of that Red Sox lineup. Like I said, in Fenway, you never have too many runs.
Offensively, Sano's had a good night. Twins are going to pinch run Danny Santana for Grossman.
A good night and a good series, and it just is what I just wanted to have one more at bat just in case. Here's what he did in the 8th inning. Got a low fastball, and the monster couldn't hold it. He's had a big series. He had a good night. He's a little bit pumped up. Stuff going on in the field and in the dugout today, and just wanted to see him get another at bat.
And Leone has a hard time catching strike 1.
It was a cross up, I'm pretty sure. Watch Leone. He doesn't think that ball's going to break nearly as. So if that had been a cross up, he'd have gone out there to check, but
he just didn't catch the pitch.
He just didn't expect that ball to break that much.
1 strike to Sano. There goes Santana, and the pop-up near second base. And Pedroia squeezes it. The Twins come up empty in the 9th. It'll be a 2-run lead for Brandon Kinsler. one-run lead, and it didn't look like it was going to last very long, but he got out of it.
Martinez led off the bottom of the ninth with a kind of a cheap base hit. Pedroia got a legitimate one. Bogaerts had an 11 pitch at bat. Kinsler pitched him great. Bogaerts battled and battled and battled and battled. Finally drew a walk. Load the bases for Big Poppy. Not looking good at this point. A great sinker that Ortiz hits to Dozier for a 4-2-3 double play. Now second and third, 2 out. Winning run still on. Hanley Ramirez lines to Kepler, and Kinsler pitched his way out of the ninth inning and saved that win for Kyle Gibson, who pitched magnificently. Brandon Kinsler again on the mound in the bottom of the ninth to pitch to the same first, second, third batters.
It'll be
spots.
Holt, right.
It'll be Holt instead of Martinez.
Holt with singles and runs scored in his first 2 at bats. Since then 0 for 3. Then Pedroia and Bogaerts.
But the same 1, 2, 3 spots, top of the order to start the lead off the bottom of the ninth.
And the first pitch almost to the backstop. Kinsler did not get the save in the middle game in Detroit, but he did pitch. And he did get the save Wednesday afternoon and again last night. So this will be the 4th time in 5 games that he's pitched. Back in the strike zone, 1-1. Two and 1. Mentioned it last night. Kinsler coming into his outing last night has only walked 2 men. He ended up having that long battle with Bogaerts, but one of the reasons the Twins entrusted him with this role is his ability to avoid walks. Foul back 2-2.
Yep, he generally comes right at hitters. That's one of the best things about him. What he does, that and when he's rested, a power sinker. So far, we've seen about 2 miles an hour shorter tonight than we saw last night. 91 mile an hour sinker, 93 mile an hour straight fastball. Both of them 2 miles an hour slower than what he had last night.
Holt fouls it back at 93.
Yep, that's the straight one that he was throwing at 95, and one I saw at 96 last night.
Pitch to contact closers aren't uncommon at all, but it is a different world when you have them, and Kinsler ran into that last night. Had the unfortunate outcome in the Martinez at bat, got a ground ball, a chopper, but a speedy runner got an infield hit. Another 2-2 to Holt. Another foul ball. And then Kinsler said the weather conditions last night contributed to Pedroia's base hit. He said he threw a slider to Pedroia and it almost slipped out of his hands. He wasn't able to locate it because of the perspiration on his hands. Very muggy night last night. Nothing but heat here for Holt. Another 2-2 pitch coming. And now 3-2. And no plan B for the Twins here. Trevor May is the only available reliever, and he has struggled. And the Twins letting it ride here with Kinsler. Bouncer right side. Dozier to Vargas, 1 away.
There's a 93 mile an hour sink that he had last night that saved the best for last. 3-2. The power sinker got the ground ball.
Whatever happens tonight, we've got the season series finale tomorrow. Tommy Malone will go against Rick Porcello, who's been very, very good here at Fenway Park, as the Red Sox have. Here's Pedroia, 2 for 5. Down the middle, a strike. Eight hits in the series for Pedroia, including a 5-hit night on Thursday. On the ground, Dozier backhand sets, 2 down. And that'll leave it up to Bogaerts. Bogaerts matching his incredible series against the Twins at Target Field just over a month ago with another incredible series against the Twins here at Fenway Park. 8 hits in this series, 4 of them tonight.
And what a battle it was between these two guys last night. Kinsler with as good a stuff as I've seen him have all season long. Bogaerts as hot as a hitter can possibly be, and they just battled each other. It was epic.
Missing inside, ball 1.
There it is, 90. I think Bogaerts walked up there and the adrenaline kicked in for Kinsler. 94 miles an hour. You saw the ball run hard in. That's what we saw last night.
And Bogaerts telling Kinsler, hey, my bad, I had to get reset.
I don't understand that.
Well, you see hitters do that.
I don't know.
Commonplace now. 1-0. Down the middle. Paul Molitor talked about Kinsler and the increased velocity and wondering in the role that he's in now whether adrenaline isn't playing a big part of what we're seeing. The 94, 95 when the Twins signed at 91 and 92 miles per hour. On the ground, Sano
Nice
backhands, sets, got him, and Kinsler with a tidy 9th inning, and the Twins beat the Red Sox 11-9. 3 ground ball outs against Holt, Pedroia, and Bogaerts.
Well, if you started the game with David Price on the mound in Fenway and said you're going to score 11 runs, nobody would have believed you. But the Twins kept battling, and the bullpen did a good job late in the game. Twins out the Red Sox tonight.
Tom Hanneman, there were nearly 400 pitches thrown in this game tonight, but the end result, a positive one for the Twins and their fans as they have beaten the Red Sox in back-to-back ball games.